Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 5 of The Fallen Legion, File 1. Summary. Even in total defeat, a true shinobi never stops fighting. The war was lost. Nothing they did or tried was enough to save their world. But even as he fell, Naruto Uzumaki used his final moments to protect the last of his people, and in a final act of gratitude, they saved him. Welcome to The Fallen Legion File 1, a brand new Naruto the 10th High School DxD crossover. Awakening in a strange, modern land of the living, Naruto has to figure out exactly where the hell he is, navigate a hidden world of devils and angels, and find his new purpose. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and High School DxD. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Report 17 Midnight. Mediterranean coast, somewhere. Running for his life, a former cardinal darts through the night, closing in on his target and glancing back to try and judge the spacing. The former man of light was clutching an artifact of great importance, but his master has deemed the church unworthy of it, and so he had liberated it from their vault. Only problem is that someone tipped off the angels. According to his information, a certain devil was found attempting to tempt a certain influential nun, but was discovered by 2 passing archangels and caused the heavens to pay more attention to the inner workings of the church. Clearing a corner, clutching the dated wooden box to his chest as he heaves and pants, trying to get his breath back. Glancing back around the corner, he saw nothing, and that terrified him as his 8 co-conspirators have yet to catch up to him. The air stilled and his breath regained, the robed man darts off through the town to try and reach the shoreline. Almost there, the sounds of gunfire echo off the empty streets, and cause the cardinal to panic. It continued for all of 30 seconds before a scream came, then the silence. A deathly cold silence. The lump swallowed, but he powered on. The sound of crashing waves was music to his ears and his hope began to rise. But it would not last. Flapping wings echoed in his ears and the cardinal realized he was out of time, but thankfully the feel of sand on his feet tells him that he was successfully at the end of his mission. Summoning up all his strength, he took up the small box and threw it with all his might into the darkness of the open ocean. The next moment, his light sword erupted and holy pistol drawn as he twirled on the balls of his feet and fired repeatedly. The light rounds streaked through the cold dark void only to be met with several slashes of light, deflecting them in various directions. The following second the cardinal clashed with a flaming holy sword and was face to face with the archangel he feared most. Yet, before the now excommunicated man of faith could say anything to this messenger of his faith, the sword cut through his own and through his being. Wordlessly he fell back and landed upon the sand, staring up at the angel standing above him. Upon the tile over the following wave, the dying man speaks his final words. Lord Uriel. Forgive me? Uriel's gaze fell from tracking something beyond the horizon and upon this lost lamb, and his face softened, offering gently. Rest now, child of my father. Ku-town, Ku-academy. Stepping out of the main building, Naruto holds the door for the 3 freshly enrolled, and their 2 guardians as he comments. Now, with those uniforms, you guys are officially students of this academy. Hi, Nisama. Enai and Lee commented together without looking back at him, and Hanabi pouted, glaring at the twins as she snipped. I still don't like that, Ni-chan. Quieten down, Hanabi-chan. Shizuka chides from Naruto's arm. She hadn't let it go the entire time, and that fact irked the young Hyuga too. Smiling again, the Nadeshiko added. This is a good chance for you 3. Getting a prime education here. We understand. and Lee responded immediately, and now, Yasha shuddered while commenting. You guys are gonna need to cut that out. It's creepy. The twins glanced back at him, amusement dancing in their eyes despite the blank faces they held with Ni speaking first. What are you talking about? Lee finishes seamlessly, causing Naruto and Shizuka to chuckle. Hanabi though glared at the twins while the hidden kitsune glared silently. This is when they all sensed the sudden arrival of the second observation target stepping out from the older building at the far end of the courtyard they were traversing. The group's stride remained unchanged, but they did observe her form. Tallish, standing at 5'8", white skin with a voluptuous figure that was topped with long crimson hair that reached down to her tights behind her and framed her face. Brilliant blue eyes that were distracted as she was talking with her friend at her side. Admittedly, her buxom figure was head-turning, causing Shizuka to grip Naruto's arm tighter. That being said, even she knew that Naruto was not interested in a bat like that, so she knew she had nothing to worry about. Though, that hybrid at her side had a better chance at this point. Long, beautiful young woman with a body that defied natural biological limits. Voluptuous was too low a word. Tied back in a very long ponytail, held up by an orange bow, with black hair that rivaled Shizuka's raven locks, but still traveled down to near enough the floor, and she stood at a delicate 5'6". Intelligence told them that these two women were Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima, the redhead and brunette respectively. The undercover group reached the exit without breaking stride or even seemingly noticing the devil's gazes falling upon them, playing the casual family of humans, and the first time Gremory peerage would lay their eyes upon the Nightwings, bane of the devils. Not that they knew that, of course. At a cafe by the school, Shizuka had near enough dragged her arm candy into. The groups sat in the table out and open and were having a soft conversation to build trust. Though, Hanabi was talking a mile a minute and only stopping when Ni or Lee called her brother theirs. She glared at them. They stuck their tongues out in reply. When the drinks and pastries came, Yuju was the first to speak. Say, sensei. Drawing Naruto's attention, so he continued. Besides oversight. Later. Shizuka commented, drawing eyes to her lovely smile, and the kitsune nodded while Naruto swallowed his coffee, that needs some work compared to him, and offered. Get a job nearby and hunker down. Remember what I taught you for our night raid and you should be fine. Slicing into his apple tart, Yuju nodded his acceptance of the order before wolfing down his sweet treat. The secret seraphim then looked to the twins and stated, As for you two. Both girls lowered their tea to listen as Naruto informs. As I said on the ride here, I consider you my two little sisters next to Hanabi-chan, for the duration of this mission. As such, if anything happens and you need help, call. You all have my number and Shizuka here has my emergency contact. Am I clear? Both Nakomata nod to that, offering small smiles as they do, which, again, irked Hanabi and earned her glare of sibling fury until she was called upon by said, only acknowledged, older sibling. Hanabi-chan. When her eyes landed on him, Naruto continued with a stern face. I expect nothing but your utmost best for your duration of your time here. Top grades are a minimum and your homework completed on time. I want the teacher to sing of the legend that was Hanabi Namake's by the time this is over. Am I clear? Swallowing hard, Hanabi did not lose heart but gained it, and declared pridefully. I will not let you down, Ni-chan. Grinning to hide his own lack of school smarts, something he still regrets himself, Naruto nodded firmly and ruffled her hair, earning a squeal from the young girl. She glared at him for that and began to straighten it back out, but he was grateful she was not so tense anymore. Since adopting his little sister role, Hanabi has grown increasingly less anxious about her survival and opens up to their peers a lot more than before. She still has problems with people her own age, the other genin especially, and the only males she ever really interacts with is him, Ko, Choji, and surprisingly Ginma. Dude's super chill, so maybe not that surprising. Assuming you wear the same colors, that is. So here, Naruto hopes that Ni, paired with this mission and school time, could help her achieve more independence than if she stayed cooped up back home. He's happy knowing that she is coming out of her shell properly, and not hiding within it. Hanabi doesn't feel like getting rid of her flaming cheeks, just continue to pretend her Nichan isn't smiling like that at her and warming her chest. Returning to her food, she is happy that she made her Nichan happy too, and so will do her best here to fulfill the mission. She will keep watch on the bats and keep them out of direct harm from their own. And I and Lee are probably thinking the same thing, as always. A part of them was jealous that they don't have a cool older brother like, blinking in unison, they look to one another and nod. He said that they were his Amato too, so they do have a cool older brother now too. Yasuo was too focused on his food to care. Shizuka though thought that this scene was perfect. Obviously, she knew of their sibling relationship, and how highly Hanabi thinks of Naruto. She also knew of how much Naruto feels responsible for Hanabi too, and seeing this reaction just made her feel great too. Little Hanabi is healing from the trauma of the war in no small part due to the bond she now has with her brother figure. Using figure, though, seems wrong at this point. She has an idea. Adjusting her gray cotton strapless, off-shoulder loose blouse, Shizuka stood up and adjusted her denim jeans before making her way behind the male blonde and hugging him loosely from behind, ass out, and whispering into his ear. "You really are a good man, Naruto. I'm jealous of Hanabi-chan and Ino-chan." Tapping her interclosed hands above his chest, Naruto replied without looking back. "Thanks for the compliment, but you're drawing a lot of attention to us, Shizuka." Glancing around, the Nadeshiko Kunoichi noticed what he had and hummed before standing tall again, but before she could walk towards the toilets, she heard from outside. "Look at those breasts, man! A grade! She's pressing them up against his back too, ga! I'm so jealous! Truly!" Snapping out towards the street, Shizuka saw 3 Japanese boys staring right at her chest and drooling. Her instincts flared and she grabbed Naruto's hand, reaching for his hidden kunai, holding it out of sight of the civilians. She heard him whisper, "Shizuka." But for the first time in recent memory, Shizuka ignored him and instead looked at the civilians, calling out sweetly, "Move along, boys, or my boyfriend here and my brother over there will have words with you." She gestured to Naruto next to her first, then to Yasuo, who glanced over at the boys with a dark glare, and no doubt the fallen in her grip was doing the same. If he is, then the young girls will be doing so too. Yelping, the 3 boys run off swiftly, but the uniforms they were clutching suggested that they too were joining Ku Academy in the upcoming days. After they were gone, Shizuka gently released Naruto's left arm and the kunai disappeared again, with the man taking a deep calming breath before offering the kunoichi. "Thanks, Shizuka. I may have overreacted there." Hugging him from behind again, she whispered, "Just a bit, maybe. Though I am also flattered by your overprotectiveness, so thank you." He grunted and she got off him before heading to the bathroom, none at the table seeing her pink cheeks at the very swift act in her defense, but the staff and other patrons did and offered her knowing smiles. She smiled at them back before disappearing into the bathroom to freshen up. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, briefing room. That evening, the moment Naruto stepped into the village again, all the department heads and the commanders noticed it and moved to the briefing room. Gunma, on Naruto's orders, closed and locked the gate while the Kage sealed it shut. He then followed after the blonde with the utmost seriousness. The tension was high and palpable. All felt it, and the non-Nightwings were nervous at the seriousness of everything. Now, sitting at the head of the table, Naruto stared down his top people and they all stared back. Kuratsuchi was on his direct left, as always, with Samui next, followed by Omoi and Chojuro. Shikamaru on his right, followed by Temari, Choji, Sakura, Ko, and then Gunma. Due to the nature of this meeting, Ino, Ren and Hana were sitting on the left of the room. The activation of the security barrier did not go unnoticed, some wondering when that was installed, with the Nara suspecting that the last Uzumaki has been working himself to the bone recently. Upon the heavy breath, Naruto looked to the pink-haired woman and ordered, "Sakura-chan, if you would." Nodding, Sakura unsealed her numerous files, and as she was sorting them, Ino and Hana moved to assist. After a few moments, they were set up and the Nightwing's chief medical officer began firmly. "Just over a week ago, Naruto asked me to look into the matter of the low fertility rates of our fellow fallen, after I noticed the reaction to Ruka-san's pregnancy and discovered that their fertility levels are really low. How low are we talking? Temari asked, leaning forward on the desk, her own seriousness matching the room's, and upon meeting the green eyes of the addressed, Sakura informed the room. Under perfect, ideal conditions, about 10 to 20%. There was a room-wide grimace at that outlook. Nodding, Sakura continued to brief. We suspect that it climbs with regular humans closer to 40 on the male's part, but the females remains at best 15%. We don't have any data regarding fallen/Yukai relations simply as they do not happen, but it is suggested that it is not much better than with fellow fallen. Everyone nodded to that, so she carried on. The problem now, however, is that we Nightwings are different. The room sat up straighter, the tension spiking, and so Sakura pushed on, looking to all her fellow kunoichi. At current, our fertility levels are on par with regular humans with all the benefits afforded to us as fallen. The silence was definitive and all-consuming. Looks were shared, but no words escaped them all at this discovery. It didn't take long for the ramifications to become clear to each and every person in that room discovering this for the first time. After a full minute, Kuratsuchi asked with a level voice. Does that include the men too? Sakura just nodded to that, and the leader of the stone company returned it, then let out a large, deep, slow breath. Once done, Kuratsuchi looked to Naruto and stated, This has to be classified as... It's already a double S-rank secret. Naruto replied lowly and in a monotone, his eyes holding an uncompromising glint to them. It set her at ease knowing he was taking it just as seriously as it felt it needed to be at. Does anyone outside this room know of this? Chojuro asked softly, with Temari responding. Only Karui, I think. She's already been warned. Shikamaru added swiftly, his eyes closed and holding his meditative hand sign. The leader of the water company nodded at the swiftness of this lockdown. Chojuro then added, Then this doesn't leave our group? Not even to Azazel-san? That's the... He should know. Shikamaru cutting off Naruto here, peeking an eye open and looking to his blonde childhood friend and barely masking the flinch from the cold glare he got in return. Lowly, Naruto muttered. Explain, now? We need him to screen for information. Any information regarding us needs to be located and crushed. Shikamaru explained, but Naruto's eyes did not even twitch, so he added. Our security safeguards are likely second to none in this world. We are careful, cover our tracks, and take care of not leaving anything behind. Get to the point, Nara. Kuratsuchi snipped, drawing eyes to her. She and her fellows are in deep, deep shit here, and this runaround has no place here. The last thing she wants to be is a damn breeding mare. Not taking any offense, Shikamaru cut to the end. Have Ginma train up a force to track and trace any leaks, create false trails, and investigate any attempting to find any information on us. Preemptive action instead of reaction. It took a full minute before Naruto says, Ginma, how far along are you? Just need a little more time. Ginma reports promptly, seemingly knowing what he was asking, and Naruto nodded before replying. You have a week, then train up an Umbu team for the following month. You have the pick of the litter beside the people in this room. Nodding, the special Jonin legend replied. As long as I get to name it this time. That caused a light chuckle, as at current, Enko has named their unique subrace of Fallen, created their own sigil, and even the tower the meeting is being held in. Naruto has named the village, thankfully, but currently she has named all the big things. Ren, looking over the information, was confused about something and thus asked. Sakura-chan, how did you get all this data? None of us have ever been for fertility tests or the like since we got here. Sharing a glance with Naruto and Samui briefly, Sakura looks back at the Nadeshiko and explained. I studied the fallen women and ran tests on myself and a few volunteers. Having noticed the glances, Kuratsuchi looked to Naruto with expectation in her eyes, knowing full well that something else was going on. He remained just as uncompromising as she knew he could be and cursed the fact he would not yield to such things. Shikamaru caught the glances too and suspected that the data has already been verified biologically, though the perpetrators were a surprise. Catching the look from the Nara, Samui let out a barely audible sigh that drew everyone's attention due to the lack of volume in the room, before she announced calmly, "She got the data points from me as I am with child." The silence that followed was deafening and long-lasting. 2 minutes later, Omoi broke it with a simple, "Come again." Nodding with a side glance at her subordinate, Samui informed the room a second time, "I am pregnant." Nodding and seeming understanding, but not really processing, Omoi then asked the question everyone was curious about. "How far along and who's the dad?" Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes and blurted out, clearly figuring it out already, "My guess is Naruto, right?" Everyone snapped to Naruto's stone visage, then to Ino's matching one and then back to Samui, who sighed slightly before informing, "About a month along now." "Yes, I am the father." Naruto finishes seamlessly, and the room froze again. Shikamaru nodded, confirming his thoughts earlier, though he looked to his childhood friend. It seemed she knew already, but isn't over it. Doing the math and the nature of his friends, the Nara can only assume that Samui got in first dibs somehow, and that unlocked Naruto's desire that helped Ino push him along. He would find out much later just how accurate he got. Naruto's voice cut through the thoughts of everyone. It was just as stern and filled with the authority he had during the war as he sat forward. "That fact is what has driven this initiative. The bitter reality of our distant future. We can't remain isolated from the world with our current numbers." Shikamaru took over from Naruto, having run the numbers himself, and just thinking of the report and planning is giving him a headache. "We are going to have to bring in fresh blood from beyond our group, if we wish to continue to exist. Even the Inuzuka, who have the most numbers of any single clan, cannot survive without outside help. Then those outsiders we have here." Ren spoke up, but Genma cut her off. "No, that was done out of necessity. Though with this news, we should probably get rid of them all. This information leaking is a death sentence, and we can't guarantee that they'll keep their mouths shut. That none too." Hana added swiftly and got nods before Ren cut in. "What about Ishiwari-chan?" "She's fine, but I am more concerned about Tagaki and her siblings." Chojuro offered thoughtfully, arms crossed and rubbing his chin with a single finger. Genma nodded with his own arms folded and offered back. "Ishiwari is loyal to us without a doubt, but has connections with her parents who we have no intel on. A risk we should not overlook. Is there somewhere we can put them all?" Temari asked, looking from Genma to Shikamaru before adding, "Somewhere away from us, but somewhere we can keep an eye on. Azazel spoke about the Legion system having 4 bases, so..." Shikamaru nodded and returned. "If Hidden Shrine is our main headquarters, then we need to establish 4 outposts to reach total control. Each one to be manned by a commander each. Shouldn't that be 5? Considering this place is under Naruto's direct command?" Kuratsuchi asked with a raised brow. Shikamaru shrugged and replied, "We could probably do that. But if we all establish our clan grounds here..." "I have been meaning to ask about that," Hana added, and Kuratsuchi waved her off while saying, Yeah, we have been gathering resources before we asked who wanted one. How many can we support?" Temari asked with a risen brow of her own, hands clasped on the desk, and curious. Oma though countered, "How many do even we have left? Realistically, or on paper?" Shikamaru responded, and that was a sobering thought for them before Naruto spoke. "You can cross the Uzumaki off that list." Causing all heads but Ino's to him as he let out a weighted sigh. Scanning over the room once again, he explained, "We've lost everything so many damn times. First, we lost our own village. Then adopted by a second. Lost that too, and our scattered numbers lost the knowledge of our forefathers." Swallowing the bitter taste down, Naruto finished slowly. "Even among the scrolls I salvaged, it's barely 1/10 of its knowledge. So, I decided to retire it and the symbol. It's seen the beginning and end of the shinobi world. Let it rest." Whispering that last part, and the weight it carried filled everyone. None could really blame him, as it was true. Only after the war and coming here has the scope of the tragedy of the Uzumaki clan been unraveled. Had they survived till the Fourth War, there wouldn't have been one. Ino suddenly prodded Naruto mentally and he snapped to her in time to see her hesitant nod. Sighing again, catching the room's attention, Naruto added, "And after careful deliberation over the last week, the Yamanaka clan too will be retired." Eyes widened with Shikamaru and Choji snapping to their childhood friend and sister-like figure for conformation. It came like a punch to their gut when they saw her silent nod. "The Sabaka family too," Temari whispered, but it carried, and when looking upon her frame she was holding a picture of her and her brothers. Naruto too was among that title. It was taken when Naruto rescued her late brother from the terrorists who ended the world. They were all smiling back then. So carefree, simpler times. Ko spoke softly here too. "I believe the Hyuga too have come to an end." All looked to the man who looked just as tired and defeated as any of them, looking down at his clasped hands resting on the table. He continued without prompting. "Summers and I have spoken about it in length. With Hanabi adopted into Naruto-san's family and us about to marry, it is as good a time as any to start anew. As a family in place of the clan we once knew." The sense of finality really hit home with many present. Sighing from the depths of his soul, Shikamaru commented, "I think we are all in the same boat. Only the Inuzuka are really in any way capable of making a comeback. I suggest we all return to family status, officially, and put our lingering connections to rest." Staring down at his sensei's lighter in hand, he added, "Living in the past won't help our future. This is not an end but a beginning. We move forward with the will of our friends and family always with us in our hearts." "A memorial then," Chojuro offered, and Shikamaru nodded, finally looking up and at Naruto, who had smiled for the first time this meeting and nodded. Smiling back, the Nara offered, "What do you think?" "Yeah. I think it's time," Naruto replied before looking to Kuratsuchi, who nodded and added, "I'll get to work on it right away." "Also means we only really need one clan compound then?" "Yeah," Naruto all but whispered. But before the silence got too dense, Oma asks, "Then, what do we call you?" "Just Naruto for now." Naruto replied with a shrug, saw the expectation on their faces and ignored it. Even he and Ino hadn't figured that out yet. Sure, he had used his father's surname for the undercover group, but it wasn't a clan or anything, and it was the only thing he could think of. Probably use it for dealing with human institutions, a normal alias. "So, our plan moving forward?" Sakura asked carefully, drawing all eyes to her briefly, then to Naruto, who looked thoughtful for a moment before announcing, "Putting aside our internal concerns, expanding our control across the country. Find suitable locations to set up bases, preferably pre-built ones so we can move local forces in." Getting nods from the room, so he continues, "But if unavailable, then maybe we construct hidden villages. We are expected to start hosting our allies after all, right?" Kuratsuchi nodded and responded, "That's a good point. We could use them as training centers too and keep unverified sources away from here." "I'll leave it to you, Kuratsuchi," Naruto informed, and she nodded, allowing him to look to Shikamaru and add, "Work with her. Temari works on organizing scout teams that Chojuro will lead. We can't dally anymore." Everyone nodded, as it seems that they'll all be busy in the coming weeks. Naruto continued smoothly, "Sakura will continue her research and has priority. Take who you need." The pinkette nodded, so he looked to Genma and added, "Genma, get up to spec and get to work on our Ambu force." "No sweat." Genma reports with a nod, but before Naruto could continue, Ino spoke in his head. "What about me? I have to work too, right? You, my beautiful lady, need to focus on our crop management. We still need to make more medical products, and then I will welcome you back with a full body massage." Naruto replied with a husky whisper at the end and caused her mind to immediately recall the last few days of, "Oh my, mommy might need another shower to cool off." Actually, I need to go get our new phones," Kuratsuchi recalled, drawing everyone's attention to her. Naruto nodded and replied sharply, They'll help. For now, let's get to work. He paused, recalling his meeting at the shrine, then looked to Genma, then to Ko and ordered. Genma, Ko, with me. I have that meeting with Yasaka I've delayed for the last week. Both men nod and they all stand as Naruto finishes. Good luck everyone. Kyoto, main shrine. Approaching the shrine, Naruto's party was met by Sei this time. She was smiling softly and not as sultry as the past her would have been. Perhaps, she no longer feels pressured, or maybe due to not wanting to push her luck and upset them. Either way, it was welcomed and her soft smile was far more alluring than before. Reaching her, Sei bowed her head and spoke softly. Thank you for coming punctually. Sorry I had to put it off. Naruto reported with a sigh, but she just smiled and gestured to follow. Glancing at both Genma and then to Ko, both nodded, and so they followed after the silver vixen. Naturally, they all noticed the excessive sway in her hips, and the way her tails followed the motion smoothly. Nothing needed to be said about it though. Reaching the garden behind the shrine, the group of Nightwings find Yasaka sitting at a picnic table beneath a bunch of cherry blossom trees that made the scene rather picturesque in the moonlit area. None of the men reacted, however. They were fully trained and professional shinobi. They were too cool for that. Yasaka, however, was not alone. Sitting beside her was an ebony, hind-cut-haired young woman that looked to be in her young teens, but none of the shinobi were fooled by that. Paired with her black eyes, made her a very beautiful woman that most aimed to achieve. For Naruto, though, she reminded him of Shizuka's current appearance for some reason. Like the currently present vixens, she wore a stylishly formal kimono draped over by a red haori, that reminded the cadre of his Shians, but the garment was off her shoulders as she sipped her tea. Obviously, the three men came to a stop at a presumably safe distance, and stiffly bowed their heads with Naruto speaking for the trio. You wish to see us, Lady Yasaka? Yet, the golden vixen just maintained the smile while lifting her tea, and her golden eyes shimmered with poorly concealed mirth, but a hint of nervousness accompanied it. Thankfully, the woman beside her spoke upon noticing the rigid posture of the three men before her. My, you are certainly well-behaved children, compared to your contemporaries. This caused all eyes of the shinobi to flow to her, but again they remained silent. Though, after a moment, they looked back at Yasaka and were hard as steel with silent accusations. The golden eyes, however, showed her growing fear and concern. Thankfully, the dark-haired woman finished sipping her tea and stood up. Only she noticed the incredibly discreet shifting of these, fallen, as she stepped around the bench and approached them. Sensing their powers thrumming to life, deep beneath the surface, and finds herself smiling. Yet before they acted rashly, she spoke first. The Shinigami sends his regards. That stopped the prepared attacks from launching but did not put them at ease, so this woman waited and saw them glance to their leader who had raised his hand. Naruto would only admit to himself, but that was not a name he was expecting to hear here in this world. But how? Taking a very subtle breath, a swift glance to the very docile vixens, he asks. You know of Lord Shinigami? How? Now that was a surprise to the kitsune. Somehow, these world travelers were aware of their death god, and their lady somehow deduced that they did. Smiling while taking a single step closer, the older-looking teen noticed that none had retreated, meaning they were truly interested, and so, she added, No doubt you are aware that I am more than I appear, no? Upon not seeing them react, her smile widened. Yes, these survivors are turning out to be very much what they had hoped. So, the clearly not teenaged woman continued. Shinigami serves in my celestial court. Recently, they had shared with us a failed prophecy about a chosen one who was meant to bring world peace. What do you want? Naruto barely kept the hiss out of his voice, eyes narrowed, and was getting really uncomfortable. He could sense the tension within his friends at his side too, and was very much on edge. Sensing all of this, the woman took a step back and decided to get to the end of this. Forgive my forwardness. I just wanted to meet you all. The survivors of the elemental nations, the last shinobi. Before Naruto could interject, she continued. For my name is Amaterasu Amikami, chief goddess of the Shinto faction, leader of Takamigara, and oldest of the noble three. Now Yasaka and Sei saw all three men tense, eyes darkening and by all accounts, ready to strike. But again, before anything broke out, Amaterasu's hand went up as she continued. I can assure you that I have no connection with your enemy. None beneath me do. You have my word on that. Like we can trust the words of one we just met. Naruto hissed, magically laced chakra flaring alongside his two friends and forcing their wings out. This startled the vixens, both jumping up with Yasaka shouting. Stand down, Naruto! Please, she is our ally. But the ground splintered beneath all three, by pure chakra pressure alone, their eyes growing cold and calculating. They were preparing to strike and run, but again, Amaterasu spoke before they could act. Code 000X, verification 002302 Tsuna. All three shinobi froze, chakra falling off immediately, and all had eyes widened in disbelief, leaving the kitsune perplexed at what was happening. Still smiling, the goddess continued. Under that directive. We know that directive. Genma replied sharply, eyes still narrowed as he added with a razor's edge. The question is, how do you? Plus that verification code. Ko offered in seeming calm, but he was anything but calm. Naruto growled lowly. That's Granny's code. Nodding along with each statement, Amaterasu had maintained her smile and then answered calmly. That is not a simple story, however. To ensure that you hear us out and understand that we are not your enemies, we searched for them. Thankfully, Shinigami was able to convince Lady Senju to part with her codes to ensure you do not attack us outright. The silence was heavy as the minds of the shinobi ran at speeds befitting their combat styles of swift and deadly. Naruto broke it with a whisper. You spoke with Granny? Sighing, Amaterasu shook her head and explained. The Shinigami did on our behalf. She, like the others, were confused that none of you came to the Pure Lands, and when it was explained that you all were still alive. She smiled softly and added. They were overjoyed that you are staying strong, keeping their spirits alive within yourselves but not being tied down. That you still serve with distinction and excellence. They are proud of you all. That robbed the three of their strength, falling to their knees, and tears in their eyes. They are shinobi, but that was too much to take. They're proud. Suddenly, a gentle hand landed on Naruto's shoulder, causing him to look up and see the goddess of the sun smiling softly back at him, and saying, You have done well, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. We, the Shinto Pantheon, are proud of you. Sendai Bar downtown. A random stereotypical Japanese businessman strolled into a bar with three other similarly forgettable men. As they passed the two women sitting on the bar, they offered the black-haired, blue-tinted one a glance, but it was clear she was drunk and deep in her own conversation with her coworker. Eventually, this group passed the partition and met with the group of three women already there. As the paper doors shut, the drunk woman sobered up and asked her companion. They weren't bad, for humans. That is what makes them so formidable, my lady. They have been hunting me and my sisters since they arrived. The pale-skinned, dark green, almost black-hair woman says as she twirled the drink in hand. The first woman hummed, her solid brown eyes looking to her self-assigned subordinate before asking. Then, why can't you all escape to Kanto, or maybe even Kyoto, and be hunted down by those crows? Used as toys for their amusement? The green-eyed woman chuckled, but it was hollow and loaded with contempt. With a glare at her drink subsiding, she finally looked to her master at her side, green slits staring into her solid brown, and spoke again. I mean no disrespect, my lady, but your kin are. They aren't my kin. The other woman waved off easily before grinning, while saying, That being said, in exchange for your venom and services, I can talk to my boss. He's an understanding guy who's pretty connected with the leader of Kyoto. What you say? Smiling softly, the woman with the green tint to her dark hair shook her head and replied. I'm sorry, my lady. I do not think the Kitsune would be too happy to have us Lamia among their number. Especially, seeing as we are here illegally, so to speak. The solid brown, pupilless woman snorted then chuckled, shaking her head before looking back at the woman and stating firmly. Listen, Ariana, you have no idea to whom you are talking to. Trust me, got it? The now named Ariana was skeptical at best, but before she could respond, muffled shouts and thudding rang out, and her master smirked hard and wide, commenting, "That's the signal. Time to go collect our new friends." Downing her drink, her hazel eyes gleaming with deathly intent, then hopped off the small stool and heading towards the partition with a kunai slipping into her hand from the trench coat that had suddenly appeared over her form. Kyoto, Main Shrine Garden. After getting themselves situated again, both sides sat at the table with significantly less hostility than before and with tea spread for them all. After taking his first sip, Naruto asked, "So, Lady Amaterasu, why have you asked for this meeting? I don't think we have done anything to warrant the attention of your realm. Little Yusaka here has kept us appraised of your work." Amaterasu started calmly, causing the vixen in question to suddenly find the trees around them very interesting to avoid the gazes of all three men. It was her duty, though, maybe she should have mentioned it sooner. Chuckling at the sight, Amaterasu continued softer. "And we of the Shinto are more than happy to have you here among us. The work you have already done is doing wonders for the people here already, and we are eager to see what else you can accomplish with our blessings." "Blessings? Is that really required of us?" Ko asked calmly, staring back at the supposed goddess, and the woman smiled back before shaking her head, Amaterasu offering, "No, not really. Though many of mine have been considering it based off your feats thus far. My little brother is most interested on your little storm angel, I believe they call her." "Not happening." Naruto's immediate response, not even a microsecond delay, and cutting this woman off. The non-Nightwings were surprised by the reaction, but he was swift to add, "My people are just that, my people. We came here seeking a place to call home. I will not, under any circumstance, surrender any life under my command. Not even to the likes of you so-called gods." His two friends nodded along, and Amaterasu had to commend their unity, but decided to nip this in the bud by saying, "We dare not do such a thing. In fact, we wish to hire you on a rolling basis and ask you for a favor of sorts." All three shinobi rose a single brow, and so she explained further. "Your actions in protecting the Nikomata has caused them to be more receptive to unification. The team you sent to aid the Keed clan has brought them into the fold. You have opened up a path for young Yusaka to push for unification among her kin." Said Vixen looked to the goddess, who was now sipping her tea and perfectly ignoring the golden yellow-haired woman while maintaining her stare on the shinobi before her. It took a few moments before Naruto responded. "So this favor is to help the Yukai reunite?" "Indeed," Amaterasu replied easily. Ko then asked, "What do we get in return, Lady Amaterasu?" Smiling, the goddess hummed softly at the question while lifting her tea once more and taking her time swirling it before sipping softly. This, however, allowed Gunma to speak up. "Probably access to the Pure Lands whenever we expire, right?" Only the shinobi caught the woman's subtle eye widening. It was brief and mortals likely would have missed it. Seeing this, Naruto added, "But we aren't so easily swayed, is what I want to say, but—" Looking up from his teacup and at Amaterasu, he finished, "That is something we can deal with. We planned on helping Yusaka out anyway and moved to bring the remaining fallen within Japan under our control shortly." Beaming, Amaterasu nodded, and so he continued. "Besides, all the information we have suggests that we have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it. The smartest minds picked this place, and I trust them with my life. So, Lady Amaterasu, we, the Nightwings, aren't going anywhere." Naruto smiled lightly this time as he finished. "After all, our home, Jinjigaku no Haisaido, is here. Where else would we be?" Nodding, Amaterasu commented, "A most fitting name that my council all approve of. Though a substantial amount of them are concerned from the fact it prevents even our eyes from viewing it. Could you perhaps, install a similar setup to this shrine and maybe the palace? Should be doable." Naruto commented casually before he sips his tea, his prankster mindset kicking in suddenly and full force. His two subordinates sensed this, and used their teas to hide any tells of their amusement. Amaterasu though grew a little concerned, not that she showed it, and instead asked. Well, no, not quite. I was hoping. Right, I should probably work on the other clan compounds. Naruto corrected himself. How silly of him to think so small scale when the whole faction was now part of his protection plan. Shaking his head, he added. Though it may take a while, maybe I should call in help from the others. Actually, Naruto, that isn't. Amaterasu tried to cut into the man's monologue of defense plans, but Naruto continued regardless. Though, getting enough resources, it may be a challenge. Yeah, but I could probably scale one for the city. He chuckled distractedly, swirling his tea as he commented airily. Powering it is going to be an absolute. Naruto! Amaterasu finally yelled, cheeks flushed and clearly irritated and no longer so ladylike. The two shinobi who wasn't the address coughed into the teas, while the prankster casually looked to the goddess with a feigned surprise and shock. Internally, though he is grinning with Ino giving him a high five. The Mind Walker and the other commanders had tuned in upon their chakra flaring earlier, as per their developed procedures during the war, and are all similarly aware of the situation. Taking a delicate breath, Amaterasu asked with a clearly forced calm. No, nothing of the sort. In fact, we appreciate that you are thinking of their safety, however, it is also worrying that we are not able to see our entire domain. Is it not possible? Nope. Naruto said casually, preparing to sip for a moment, and then as he does, Ganma spoke. You know we are in Kyoto, right? Is that not enough? You know we are bound by our word. Ko added promptly, drawing eyes to his frame, and so he explained. We have long since adopted the nindo of never going back on our word, following our leader's exemplary example and proven track record. Then, does that not mean we are allies? Amaterasu knew that these shinobi were shrewd, cunning, and intelligent, which is why she was honest with them, but she was not prepared to be faced with this dilemma. If she tries insisting for sight into their hidden village, then she calls into question their honor, and suggests her and her court don't trust them. If she leaves them be, then they do not know. Clearing her throat, Amaterasu nodded with the regal grace that one of her station possessed, and replied firmly. You make a solid argument. We will drop this matter. However, feel free to update the defenses around the city, but I do implore that those ones not bar our sight. Easily doable. Excellent. Amaterasu replied to the male blonde, before adding. Oh, and I hope that you all are satisfied with this arrangement. We are. Naruto comments with a nod, not batting an eye at the thought of this goddess detecting the mental connection, as Yasaka has almost caught it on a few occasions, so it stands to reason that a goddess wouldn't have trouble doing so. Sei was confused by the wording, but Yasaka caught on immediately and narrowed her eyes and senses. She will intercept it this time without fail. Amaterasu leads the standing and offered. Well, Nightwings, it has been a pleasure, and we hope this is the beginning of a fruitful relationship. Especially with little Sei-chan and Yasaka-chan relying on you so much already. Nodding, they all pull off a salute with Naruto saying, Always in the market for good friends, Lady Amaterasu. Breaking into a beaming smile as they drop the pose, and she nods back before vanishing in a beam of light. With that excitement over, Naruto's party gets ready to leave, but Yasaka stops them and asks, One more thing. Drawing all their attention, Sei was collecting up the used cups behind them. Upon their unified nods, the QB continued. I have received a few requests from my council to meet with the head of our newest clan and security advisory board. Blinking owlishly, the shinobi share looks before Ganma asked. Security advisory board? Ko answered here. I had heard rumors and a few of the heads had approached me asking for information, but I had always steered them towards Lady Yasaka. The information that was asked for was always restricted, and so I had little choice. Yasaka nodded and explained. After news that my chief of security was a traitor and that you all had drafted a new one. Naruto shot Shikamaru a mental glare, but the Nara just waved it off. It was an interesting puzzle for him to work on, and it wasn't even that hard. They all seem to be working under the assumption that you have assumed that post. Yasaka finished and got nods from the three shinobi. Though Naruto thought of a good way to get back at the Nara by saying, "In that case, Lady Yasaka, I have the perfect man for the job." He spoke way too cheerfully, and the expected, troublesome, came on cue as the secret seraphim explained. "I'll have him attend your next meeting in his finest robes of state." Troublesome blonde. Naruto perfectly ignored the mental grumbling of his smartest and paid attention as Yasaka nodded while replying. "I thank you for your understanding in this. It will be tomorrow, as we intend on introducing both you and the key tribe to the faction as a whole." "He'll be here," Naruto chirped, before turning to look at Sei and informed. "Sei-chan, please do not miss your appointment tomorrow morning, 10 sharp." Yasaka snapped to her friend and saw her surprise for a moment before nodding and smiling, Sei responding softly. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Nodding back, Naruto returned his gaze front as his wings spread in time with the others. "Until next time, Lady Yasaka." Before she could protest, the three shinobi shot off into the sky and vanished into the night. Stupefied, Yasaka stares after them for a few moments before looking to her friend and asks, "What is that appointment for, Sei-chan?" Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. Yawning, Naruto finds himself smelling a very familiar scent of sex and aloe vera. Parting his eyes confirmed the platinum hair of his fiancée was covering his face, as usual. The fact that his was stark naked didn't bother him, or the pressure he is feeling lower down. Damn, they passed out. Again. Before he could even think of twitching, her voice echoes in his mind, as usual. "Mommy wants another round. Can you even move?" Naruto's retort, and he feels her shift slightly. The wince was heard and felt, but Ino was stubborn by nature and replied, "See? I can." Sighing about something about troublesome blondes, Naruto flipped them over and she fell back on the bed below him and flared up at him while replying, "You're just as blonde as..." He kisses her deeply, passionately, and her arms find perch around his neck as they make out tenderly. After a minute of this, Naruto pulls back and asks aloud, "Talk to me, Ino." Not wanting to, Ino clenched, and he bit his lip before glaring at her and asking again, "Ino." "Not now, Mr. Boyfriend. Mommy wants..." "You're jealous," Naruto commented and felt her stiffen, pale slightly, and her previously bucking hips froze. Sighing, Naruto went to pull out, but she locked her legs around him, preventing it, and cupped his cheeks, drawing his eyes and on her as she speaks mentally. "It's just, after all this time, how come you slept with her twice, and me every other time yet? We aren't. I am going to be your wife, Naruto. I should have been first." Ino cut him off firmly and got a sigh from him. After a moment, he offered switching to telepathy himself. "Do you actually want to have a baby in this craziness? We haven't even decided on a family name yet. Our work is piling up, and now with the Shinto pantheon backing up us. I want us to be a family," she whispered back, eyes drooped only for him to bop her nose with his own, getting a giggle, and her eyes to meet his, seeing his smile. Naruto replied to her meekness, "You are stuck with me, Ino. For the next 1,000 or so years we have as angels. We will always be a family, even after that." She kisses him, and their tongue war was passionate, filled with love. For a good minute no words were needed. Ino pulled back, just enough as their lips were still touching. She whispered mentally, "Then, prove it." Never one to back down from a challenge, Naruto thrusted all the way in, and she let out a silent gasp through her lips but made no other movements as they stared into one another's eyes. His movements were far gentler for their normally running sessions, and they re-engaged in a tongue battle. It didn't last long as their heavy breathing picked up, for his deep, gentle thrusts remained constant as her whole body rose and fell in response to his actions. Her breasts continued to wobble and shudder. Her silent moans were paired with her hands rest upon his hips to aid in his movements, legs wide. Naruto lowered down and began to kiss her pale neck. She let out a soft sigh of bliss, feeling him stay so deep and hitting all her spots in sequence. Ino was loving this slower, tender, and gentle lovemaking they were doing. A sudden gasp from her pink lips, Naruto was sucking on a particularly sensitive spot on her neck and barely a whisper slipped from them. "Ah, yes." Her pussy griped him tighter, their bodies sliding in one another, with the heat and care continued to flow between them both. Ino could feel her pressure build up at the base of her spine before suddenly exploding, and she abruptly groaned from the depths of being, with a shudder running through her entire body. A breathless scream, toes curling, back attempting to arch, but her man's body kept her in place. Her pussy clenched around Naruto's dick, twitching as he remained unyielding in his gentle caresses of her depth as his head continued to pushing through her rippling walls that don't want to let him go. Due to this, Ino suffered her second orgasm the moment the first stopped and caused her to cry out, but was silenced by his tongue down her throat. She locked in on that feeling and tried to fight back, but was unable to focus well enough. However, his growing grunts managed to bring her back to the room and focused on her man, getting him to spill all over her deepest reaches. She wants her own family, and that starts here. For that effort, she whispered into his head again. "Come on, baby, give me my babies!" Bucking her hips and helped bring the second and third members of their family come into existence, as Naruto thrusted all the way in. His load thick, heavy and filling. A small baby boom would hit the Nightwings in just around 9 months from now, as the former heiress was not the only one with this mindset or intent. Kyoto, refurbished cathedral. Temari led the ever-innocent Asia through the town, and towards the new base of the Heaven faction. She had a particular spring in her step, and gentle smile on her lips. After all, she had a great morning in bed with her lazy ass, and the sun was out. Her easy assignment for the day was dealing with the cute nun. Yep, today was going to be good. Approaching the building, there were plenty of scaffolding up still, and they were still putting on the final touches on the details. Glass work is obviously delicate work after all. The Nightwing took note of the squad of the pure angels walking around the construction site. They in turn took notice of her, and the tension grew notably before the sister broke it, completely unaware of said tension or immune to it. Asia calling out, "Hello? My name is Asia." Drawing all eyes to the young sister, a 6-winged pure angel handed off a clipboard to a workman and approached the nun with a smile, offering, "Hello there, young lady. I am Michelle." Michelle was a stereotypical white-winged angel, bright curly blonde hair, brilliant blue eyes and gentle smile. Her wings were kept orderly at her back and her halo glowed a brilliant white, a signal of her status among the heavens. Despite that, her body was a match for Temari, but was hidden beneath elegant white robes, mostly. "It is good to meet you, Michelle," Asia chirped with a brilliant smile, and the angel asked back, "Did you have fun with our cousins?" Michelle glanced at the so-called sinless fallen briefly, but enough for the Nightwing to notice and face hardened in response to the jab. Asia, though, as innocent and naive as she is, missed the silent exchange and nodded while explaining. "Yeah, they were super nice. They taught me a lot of things. Like cooking bread in a stone oven, I taught them how to make pizza and how to say grace." Michelle was somewhat startled, suppressed it obviously, but Temari caught it and smirked victoriously as they listened to Asia continuing to list off. "Oh, and Mr. Choji showed me how to cook chicken really well. Oh, and Mrs. Kurenai taught me how to take care of babies." "Mrs. Kurenai? One of our cousins?" Elijah asks, a fellow 6-winged pure angel, approaching the trio calmly, and two only gave a passing glance to the fallen in their presence. His blonde hair was short, but orderly. His blue eyes were large and gentle, standing at a respectable 5'7", 2 inches taller than Michelle. Asia nodded slowly and lost a bit of her brilliance briefly as she explained. "Mrs. Kurenai lost her husband to a fanatic of another religion a year ago. She now has to raise her daughter, but the others all help and I did too. She showed me a lot and taught me how to look after her daughter." Nodding with a smile, Michelle offered back, "That is certainly a useful skill for such a bright young lady like yourself. It should serve you well." Asia nodded, and with this new lull in the conversation, Temari spoke up tightly. "With this, the handover is done, right?" Gaining the two angels and nun's attention to her, The Heavenly Two noticed that she hadn't extended her wings yet, so did not know how many she had or how high she ranked. So, Michelle was the one to respond, currently in charge of this deployment. Yes, I will confirm the handover. Thank you for keeping her safe in our absence. Nodding stiffly, uneasy about being surrounded by this many of their distant cousins, so to speak, Temari turned and began to walk off when Asia called out. Thank you for protecting me, Temari! Glancing back, the Nightwing smiled at her and returned the wave briefly, then turned back to leave on foot. When she got far enough, Asia commented. Oh right, she doesn't understand Italian. Blinking at that, both pure angels looked to the sister with Elijah asking. They don't speak Italian? Then, how did you converse with them? That's why I was with Mrs. Karinai so much, and even stayed with her. Asia explained calmly, then perking up and adding. She taught herself how, and Mrs. Shiwari too I could speak too, but they were all super nice. I also taught Mr. Choji a few words too. I wonder if he'll bake any more of that seed bread for me again. Chuckling softly, Michelle replied. Surely, they'll welcome you back seeing as you know the way there, yes? To their surprise, Asia shook her head and explained. I don't. They used some kind of magic to teleport me, so I don't know where it was. They do that with everyone. It's a super secret paradise. The two pure angels share a look with one another that was again missed by the young sister, Michelle offering. Well, we will speak to Lady Gabriel when she arrives. Come, let us show you to the new room. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Report 18 Shinobi. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Temari meets Ko and Shikamaru at the gates of the Imperial Palace and nodded, before then moving in to find themselves sitting among the gathering of the clan heads of the Western Yukai faction. Following the councilman, Temari and Shikamaru joined the Hyuga as he took a seat among the tatame near the rear of the chamber. After a short wait and ceremony to welcome the faction head to her station, Yasaka observes the room briefly and took note of the fact that the chamber lacked a particular black bang blonde but made no indications that it bothered her. As she took her seat, her Tengu escort moved to the side and the meeting began in earnest with Tialara announcing. The council is now in session. We now invite our new members to step forward. At that, the keyed clan members stood up. Only one was the familiar black bear Aoichika, thus the other two must be their leader and some kind of elder. As they reached the front of the chamber, before the ledge up to the platform where Yasaka sat, the vixen announcing. We are honored to welcome the legendary keyed tribesmen to our home, and we hope that they will find peace and prosperity among us. All stood and bowed towards them in unison. When they sit, the three tribesmen bowed back and their leader, a bulky bearkin by the name of Oshiro Chika. Standing at a solid 6'6", short black hair atop a rounded face and sharp features, broken up with a gruff stubbly beard. His black eyes seemed empty but took everything in and left none doubting his strength. He was currently re-wearing a dark forest green formal kimono, though it was rather loose as his injured left arm was kept in it, and resting against his chest while hanging out above the brown obi. Temari recalls that he had refused treatment on the road, but suspects that now that they are back, he might try and use it as a way to try extorting something from them. Typical brash, have the cake and eat it types. As she thought that, Oshiro Chika spoke with a deep bellow. On behalf of my kin and I, Oshiro Chika, we want to thank you all for your acceptance of us despite the history we share. As a tribe, we may be few in number, but we are proud and will continue to show our gratitude by showing your support is not for nil. He bowed his head, his daughter and elder bowing the best they could before they returned to their seating position. After that, Yasaka looked directly at the three Nightwings and nodded to them. The sigh from the Nara was expected, but was the cue for all three to stand and everyone watched them reach the front. When they reached the raised platform, bow, then turned back to address the room, Yasaka spoke with a decree. As you all know, since the forced retirement of the traitor Tsuchida Shiba, I have since had our formerly newest clan handle our security concerns. All but the Ki tribe nod to that, and so the QB continued. Today, I will officially introduce them. However, it seems that their leadership has sent their head of security. Sighing, Shikamaru spoke up. Lady Yasaka, due to the backlog that I am sure we had informed you about, he is currently unavailable to attend this meeting himself. As such, Temari picking up seamlessly and looking to the golden-eyed woman as she continued. He had asked me to ensure that my husband here was introduced as the mastermind behind the defense plans now in use. Amused, Yasaka's inclination of her head was sharp with a smirk tugging against her lips that was caught by Temari, who too looked like she was attempting to suppress it. Though, the vixen had suspected the relations between these two, having it so clearly stated was a new one, and was happy for it as it seemed that the night wings are opening up. Slowly. With that brief explanation over, Yasaka looked up to the chamber and decreed. Very well, I shall speak to their leader at a more appropriate time. However, this is Shikamaru, our new chief of security and defense. Any and all matters of either concern should be brought to the attention of him and his office. Not even Temari had seen Shikamaru's head whip around as fast as it did when Yasaka announced that. His face of incredulous disbelief evidently had both her and the QB fighting back their amusement to no end. Clearing his throat and raising a hand, Oshiro drew attention to himself, and upon the QB's nod he spoke. I was actually hoping to meet this leader of… Actually, what clan do you belong to? Blinking twice at that, Yasaka looked to the Nara and asks. You did not include that in your greeting? It wasn't required. Shikamaru stated lowly before sighing, discreetly double-checking and realizing that it should be safe anyway. They did already clear out the spies, mostly, his look to the newest members of the Kyoto Yukai. Scratching the back of his head, the Nara explained. Well, Chika-san, the thing that ostensibly sets us apart is that, as you know, my people use a very different variety of chakra. Seeing the man nod and ignoring the gasps from the council at large, Shikamaru explained further. But the other half of the difference is that we are actually… He spread 8 wings, along with Temari, and Ko spread his 6. Seeing a few widen their eyes, Shikamaru finished. We fallen angels, well, a unique subspecies of them at least. We typically go by the name of Nightwings. The first Grigori Legion, the Nightwings. Impossible! Yasukano bellowed, jumping up from his seat. The rabbit-kin was glaring at them as he added. Then how do you have… Kano-san? Yasaka snipped and the man fell silent, dropping back to his seated position and allowed his leader to explain. I have been aware of this since they arrived here, and I, Tr. Lara and the Kitsune have been made aware of their situation. It is why we have allowed them to settle here among us, as fellow chakra users, and have been aiding us with the situations we find ourselves unable to tackle ourselves. Getting a few nods, so she continued. Due to their unique nature, they have been incredibly secretive about their own affairs and kept to themselves out of fear of being discovered by other factions. Then the spy sweep. Isamu Kenji, of the Tortoise Turtle clans, murmured lowly, and Yasaka and the 3 Nightwings nodded with Yasaka adding. As Grigori elites, the Nightwings are highly suited to, less obvious, forms of combat. Only in recent times have they begun to act openly on our requests. Assassins? Okino Kozukura asked, her beady black eyes staring holes into the 3 fallen at the front with Temari smirking and replying. Nothing like yours, no. They were rather cute, but our official title is that of Shinobi. The taller woman narrowed her eyes on the blonde. Okino now knew that her carefully crafted information network had indeed been compromised and no doubt superseded by these. Shinobi, as a ninja? Yasha asks with a raised brow, gaining all attention upon his twitching rabbit ears and dark eyes. Nodding, Ko reports. We are Shinobi first, yes. Chakra users second, Nightwings third, and Fallen fourth. They have been instrumental in our recent successes. Yasaka informed the chamber, and everyone focused on her, so she added. Our intelligence windfalls regarding the devil's movements within our community and sphere of influence, and combating them on all fronts. The weeding out of the traitors among us and our tentative agreement with the Heaven faction in the form of the Twilight Accords. Twilight Accords? A new agreement between us, the Grigori, and the Heavens. A testimony of a peaceful future. Yasaka explained, earning risen brows across the room, though her smirk was growing more and more intense, loaded with confidence as she added. This is an historic first, the joining of the two factions of angels under our guidance and oversight. You mean? Yes. Yasaka cutting in, inclining her head sharply as she continues. I have allowed the church to rebuild the abandoned cathedral that was cleared out by the Nightwings a few months ago. Wait! Yaju snapped out, jumping to his feet again and drawing eyes as he stares directly at the three fallen ahead of them all and asks. That was you three? Temari and Ko looked to Shikamaru, who sighed as he figured it wouldn't hurt and explained. We deployed an 8-man team to eliminate the fallen deployed there, yes. I was one of them, but our intelligence did not mention anything about captives. His glance back at the stoic Kyubi did not go unnoticed, but he looked at the Usagi clan leader and continued. So our leader made the call to rescue both captives and return them after we finished. Our medical personnel tended to them while we cleared the rest of the cathedral. We took a single captive, for intelligence, and returned here to report. Yaju bowed formally as he spoke. From the depths of my heart, and on behalf of my kin, I thank you for rescuing my cousin. She has been eager to find out more about who saved her, but until now I had no answers for her. Shrugging, Shikamaru replied. It is fine, honestly it is. We may be fallen and stuff, but we are committed to living peacefully here in Kyoto. It would be way too troublesome otherwise. This got a few easy chuckles from across the room, though Yaju himself finds himself smirking and nodding while offering. If you ever need anything, feel free to call upon us. We have these great looks, but I am sure we can offer you all something in gratitude. His chuckling at the end caused the Nightwings to all sweat drop. Self-absorbed, perhaps? We too wish to engage in dialogue. Okino added, her head held high and hands inside her formal gray kimono sleeves. As she catches their eyes on her, she noticeably shifted and watched their eyes narrow nearly imperceptibly upon her. It seems they are indeed sharp if they noticed it, her hidden weapons. With a disarming smile that did absolutely nothing to pacify the shinobi, Okino asked. Perhaps we can be of assistance too. For the betterment of our home as we run the hotels and fine establishments here in Kyoto. Temari offered sharply. That is not our call to make. Oh. Then whom do I seek? Okino responded, but the Nightwings did not respond. They wouldn't give up that information to a semi-independent clan that has fingers in all the underground gambling halls, fighting arenas, and even assassins. They actually have a list and confirmed locations of their entire operation. Gunma is planning on using it as part of his training course for his new Umbu team, which is why they haven't said anything about it, yet. Clearing her throat, drawing all eyes to the Kyubi, Yasaka stating. As of now, our alliance with the Grigori and the Heaven faction will be officially established later this week. It is a separate agreement between the three factions, whereas the Nightwings are our go-between with the rest of the Grigori. Everyone nodded, so she continued. As such, if you see them around our home, please treat them as if they were your own. They have been fighting for us for some time now, and are only now beginning to reach out. I hope you all welcome them alongside the key tribes. Everyone nodded, though Oshiro rose his hand and asked. So, who do I talk to about my marriage contract with that Choji boy? He grins and chuckles at the memory of that Nightwing, recalling his strength and character before adding. I want that boy for my little Aoi-chan here. There gasps from across the chambers, but Temari sighed discreetly as she replied. I have been assigned to that particular request for now. Thus, my presence here as our chief diplomat. Though she gave a discreet side-eye to Ko, who gave away nothing at that gentle reminder of station, but the Wind Mistress caught the ever-subtle narrowed eyes at her in return. Their secret rivalry was not yet over. Nodding repeatedly, rather dramatically, Oshiro commented after a grunt. I see, then, when shall we discuss tying our two peoples together? Before Temari could respond, Yasha jumped up. Hold up! We want a marriage contract too. Sitting this out is not an option for us. Okino added rather delicately, that fooled none of the trained and tested shinobi. Temari now really regretted messing with that stupid little brother of hers. Truly, he is the prankster king. A well-earned title if this is his payback for the simple crime of name-calling, with a side of annoyance. Thankfully for the quad-bun blonde, Yasaka announced. Enough! Drawing all eyes to her regal form. She waited a minute before she began again. This is neither the time nor the place for such discussions. Everyone returned to their seats, however Yasaka grew a slight smirk as she added. Besides, the Kitsune and Tengu have first pick on that regard. Eh? The three Nightwings snapped back, to see her challenging smirk, but before they could voice their objections, Yuma surprisingly spoke up. As the envoy from the eastern faction's Nikomata clan, with agreements to the Nightwings already in effect, we are next in line. Bewildered, Temari hadn't heard anything about that before this and was now internally cursing her fellow blonde for dropping this on her lap. In the depths of the hidden shrine, the target of her ire sneezed and inadvertently deleted a memory of one of the numerous captives he was dealing with. One at a time. Temari called out, and then sighed, shaking her head before continuing. This can and will be addressed later. Please present physical contracts with the names of both people who you wish to meet, and we will go from there. Getting nods from everyone, though a large number of the counselors had only met with the three present Nightwings and thus had no names. Oh, how crafty. Before anyone could ask for more information, Yasaka orders. This meeting is thus dismissed. Ko-town, Ko-academy. Entering the student council office, the heiress of the Gremory Devil House calls out to her best friend. Hey Sona, how are? She trailed off as she and her peerage glanced around at the small number of people present poring over documents that looked like profiles of students. Though the addressed teen looks up from her desk, Sona offered distractedly. Rias, and peerage? What can I do for you? Entering the room proper, Rias leads her three servants into the office while observing the organized chaos and speaks. Well, I came to hand in the forms for the enrollment and induction into the ORC for both Kiba and Kaneko for the upcoming year, but you seem busy. It's fine. Sona waved off and offered up an open palm. The redhead wasted no time in handing over the forms, and with swiftness of efficiency, the Citri scanned for any mistakes before stamping them, then handing them back. Upon taking them, Rias asked softly, Thanks, but is something wrong? Stopping again, Sona thought on whether or not to bring Rias into the grim reality that her sister informed her about their position here in Ku. It isn't known beyond the four Satans yet, but she too is a sister of one, so, wait. Why hasn't Lord Lucifer not informed her? That is either negligent on his part, or, Scrapping that trail of thought, Sona looked at her Gremory counterpart and explained. Has it been explained to you about our agreement with the Western Yukai faction? Blinking owlishly, Rias asked carefully. Has it changed? Nodding simply, Sona gets to the meat of it. Not entirely, exactly, but the short of it is simple. The Yukai no longer take us at our word. Isn't that normal? Rias asked while taking the seat offered by Tsubaki, nodding her thanks, but Sona shook her head and said, Not really, no. They were technically operating under good faith and unwillingness to stand against our faction directly. That's changed? That has changed, yes. Sona confirmed that as she was handed a tea from her queen, just before her guests were handed one each. After her first sip, the Citri explained. This isn't known beyond the Satans at current, but the Yukai have stated that any more attacks on their own will be met with force. Bewildered, Rias asks carefully. That's insane. We only want to coexist alongside them here. Why would they take such a risk? Apparently. Sona began as she lowered her teacup before continuing. There have been numerous instances recently of devils of our faction engaging in less than savory behavior within their lands. But we were told. Exactly. Sona confirmed with a light nod, continuing after sipping her drink. They believe that they were sanctioned due to our spies and contacts within Yukai territory have all been apprehended. My sister got a bit of a tongue lashing from the Western Yukai leader during their meeting. A coincidence? Unlikely, Sona says and dismisses the thought easily. Sighing, she added, my sister was also informed that they will be dispatching a pair of overseers here to Ku. Choking on her half-swallowed tea, Rias cleared it before snapping back to her friend incredulously. Are you serious? Upon the dark-haired devil's nod, she continued. Do we know who they are? No names were given, I am afraid, Sona responded while shaking her head. After a moment, she offered. We have a few suspects but nothing concrete in all honesty. Can I see? Rias asked seriously, but Sona shook her head and explained. Like I said, this is my territory too, Sona. Rias reiterated with a sharp gaze upon the shorter teen and got aside before pulling out a bunch of papers from her top drawer. When placed down, the Gremry peerage gathered around the desk as Sona explained. These are all students of note. There was a classroom number of faces of both male and female students now littering the desk, from first to third year classes. As the Gremry peerage began sorting through them, Rias caught sight of a particular blonde that she only saw the back of as they were leaving when she came out of her clubroom and asked. This one. Taking it and drew all eyes to the blondish hazel-haired young girl with brilliant blue eyes. Seeing that, Sona reports. Hanabi Namikaze, assigned to the first year's Class C, youngest of the 3 Namikaze family members attending and under the guardianship of her older brother. Blinking at that, Rias went to ask when her queen Akino handed her 2 more profiles that show twin sisters, both dark-haired. The redhead reads off their profile. Mila and Lena Namikaze. Nodding, Sona reports. Cousins of Hanabi, assigned to the second year's Class B. From what we have gathered thus far, is that they are living with their older cousin, who moved here so that their youngest could attend school here. They are protective of their youngest as a half-Japanese. Hanabi has apparently been picked on before. Rough and tumble types then. Kiba Yuta offered calmly, despite the strain in his smile at the thought of someone being picked on for their mixed heritage. Tsubaki was quick to inform. More than likely, yes. From what the teachers have noted, the twins are inseparably close and idolize their older cousin by calling him brother but tease their young cousin who is even closer to him. What about the brother? Rias asks, looking back to her best friend. Nodding, Sona replied. From the paperwork, his name is Naruto Namikaze. A construction contractor based in Takasuki but moved here a week ago along with, who we are assuming is, his girlfriend and a co-worker or subordinate. No profiles? Or pictures? Akino asked curiously with Tsubaki pulling out 2, with one being them approaching the school and the other sitting at a cafe nearby with the brunette hugging the sitting older black bang blonde from behind. The hybrid rose a brow at her curvy figure and straight black hair and asks, Is she human? They all are. Sona confirmed with a nod, but the shrine maiden looked unconvinced, and so the Citri informed further. They all have higher than average magical potential, the 2 blondes more so than the rest of them, however it is raw and clearly untrained. The 2 men look sturdy and with construction jobs, might prove useful if given time to train. Possible contenders for our peerage then? Rias states, eyeing up the picture from the cafe with increasing intensity of interest. Yet, Sona reminded them. Again, until we can verify the overseers the UI have dispatched, I recommend against such action. How long will that take? Rias asks as she finally ripped her gaze from the photo to look back at her friend. Sona met her gaze firmly and replied sternly. 3 months, at the earliest. 3 months! Rias shouted in disbelief with the Citri heiress nodding before informing. My sister will have a meeting with the Western Yukai faction to discuss the reports they have gathered on our activities here. It should uncover the identity of these individuals, and we can react accordingly. But that's a long time. Rias murmured, but Sona shook her head and reiterated her point. For us devils it is not such. You are just impatient and impulsive. I heard you were free from your arranged marriage. Why are you rushing things now? Blinking at that, The redhead nodded slowly before again staring at the cafe picture and nodding again. Eventually, Rias continued. You're right, of course. Yeah. I am not in a rush anymore. She smiles at that and nods a third time before Sona brings her back to the task at hand by saying, Not to mention, those 3 are not the only ones of note. She points to the mass of papers still littering her desk, the profiles of the other 20-odd people of similar uniqueness covering it, with Rias locking on immediately to another blonde and red. Genshiru Saji. We think he's a sacred gear user, as we detected an unusual energy from him. Tsubaki informed the room and got nods from the group. Nodding, Rias looked to the next person, and it was clear he was an exchange student, thus asks, Liam Caldwell? Another sacred gear user. Tsubaki informed, but her king spoke next, Sona adding, Most here we suspect have sacred gears. No clear indications of which ones they do have, but they have made it to my attention, to varying degrees. But yokai aren't born with sacred gears. Kiba clarified the obvious, Kaneko nodding silently from her cookie at his side. Nodding, Sona clarified. I am aware of that, however, that doesn't excuse me from keeping tabs on them. Not only that, but the hero faction has been making a lot of strides here in Japan as of late. They even tried claiming responsibility for the Tokyo incident. Frowning, Rias responded. That was the Fallen, from what I heard. One of their elite guards. Indeed. Sona confirmed that with a nod, so she added her theory at present. Which is another reason I am keeping tabs on the sacred gear users. If they are indeed members of the hero faction. Nodding, Rias says swiftly. We have to be on guard. As the conversation fell into a small lull, it was the Citri Queen who broke it by clearing her throat and drawing attention to her as her mixed-matched gaze was locked onto the violets of her fellow queen, Tsubaki offering. There are 3 students of particular note to you, Akino-san, that you should be aware of. Hearing this, Sona pulled out a set of 3 papers from the second drawdown and placed them upon the table. The expected gasp came from the former shrine maiden turned hybrid, as before her sat a name that matched hers. Tsubaki nodded and informed. We believe that this Arata Himejima has been sent here for a purpose. You didn't accept him, did you? Rias asked tightly, eyes narrowed on her friend who again met her gaze without flinching. Sona replied calmly. We are attempting to make friends with the local community, Rias. As a member of the 5 principal clans, we could not turn them away and risk them joining the growing number of hostile powers here in Japan. You can't be. Rias began but was cut off by her own queen, Akino stating. They aren't here for me, I take it. Sona offered a firm head shake as she stated firmly. Not at all. They have already been warned that any action against you will be met with force and that Kyoto will be informed. Then I should be fine. Akino commented, but it didn't take a genius to see through her facade of calm and control that had slipped slightly. Yet, Kiba asked, are we sure that the yokai would even intervene? If things are so tense between us, it's all we can do without tipping our hand. Sona replies with a glance to the knight, who nods singularly to that. It really seems their position here is tenuous at best, and these restrictions are starting to show. Tipping our hand, you say? Then there's a plan in place then? Rias presses and Sona nodded, replying cryptically. My sister is working on improving our situation. That is all I know. Putting the pieces together, Rias could tell that it likely involved the Eastern Yokai faction and the 5 principal clans. Most likely, getting them to keep the Western faction in check somehow and give them some wiggle room or negotiating power over the region to further cement their foothold in Japan. If she's lucky, by that time she might be able to convince the powers that be to enable her to attend university here in Japan, and give them more time to get rooted. First things first. Rias looks to her Citri counterpart, and informs. Then we can't mess around here, can we? Upon receiving her friend's smirk, she added. We'll just have to ensure that the yokai are impressed with our performance so they can't argue against our presence here. My point. Sona informed the room and they all nod back. It seems their objective is now set, and they do not plan on failing here. Ko Town, Namikaze's residence. After watching the two targets separate again, Hanabi deactivates her eyes and sighs while rubbing them closed while muttering, "Stupid magic. Makes concentrating on their lip movements harder. This is a lot of intelligence already," Shizuka commented while glancing up from her notes, watching the projected screen ahead of her that now showed her as Hanabi turned to look at her, then disabled the magic linking her sight to the orb. The other three nodded, still in a light shock as they looked up from their own notes, as they were gathered around the kitchen table. Yasuo was the one to speak first. "I still can't get over just how overpowered those eyes of yours are." The twin Nikomata nod along with the Kitsune's statement, but Hanabi just kept her eyes closed to rest them as the magic/chakra used with them was rather taxing. She hadn't needed to use them all that much in her duties back home, and her Nichan hadn't ever asked her to do so, but maybe that was a mistake. Maybe, she should have asked for tips from Summers when Nichan. After finishing her notes, and refining the important points, Shizuka takes up her phone while talking to the room. "It seems that they are aware of us, but we aren't on their immediate concern. This is the best we could hope for, realistically. Personally, I am more concerned about the 5 great clans than the devil's plans," Yasuo commented with arms crossed, gaining Shizuka's gaze. Before she could ask, Anai spoke. "A concern. But only for Nightwings." Lee finished with a nod. Now the elder Kunoichi looks between them for a moment. After a sigh, the Nadeshiko asks, "Does Naruto-kun know about them?" Both Nikomata nodded, Anai speaking first. "Lady Magari spoke of them. That they were looking for him." Lee finished seamlessly, earning a frown from the former queen, and that's when Yasuo spoke again. "Why would they be interested in Sensei? Nichan is awesome, that's why," Hanabi said matter-of-factly, eyes still closed as she relaxed against the back of her seat, getting a light chuckle from the oldest two and nods of agreement from the twins. Eventually, Shizuka replied softly, "As true as that may be, Hanabi-chan, there will likely be a far more direct reason for their interest. I'll send what we have back for now and see if our orders change at all. Until then, you are all free to do as you please." They all nodded as she got up to make the phone call, heading for her room. Though, as she does, Hanabi peeked an eye open and watched Yasuo's gaze follow the Kunoichi out of the room. Only after hearing the doors shut, did the former Hyuga speak. "She only has eyes for my Nichan." Snapping the Kitsune's eyes to her relaxing form, noticing that the twins had gone to watch television and only the younger sister of his sensei was present. Before he could answer, Hanabi continued, "She will not look your way. Give up on her." "That is rather harsh, Hanabi-chan," Yasuo commented lowly, but the girl just shrugged and countered. "I'm familiar with the fact. My Nichan has always been popular with ladies. He was just always ignorant of it. Now he isn't?" Yasuo asked with a risen brow, and Hanabi nodded. Sighing, the Kitsune got up and replied, "Well, this is a long-term mission. I have time. Your loss." Hanabi commented flatly. Who is she to talk about the relationships of others? She's seen this once, and the outcome is predictable. If he wants to ignore the advice, then it is on him. After all, her words of her Nichan being awesome was not wrong or a boast. He has a habit of saving princesses and earning their complete loyalty without meaning to. Her and her sister are primed examples. "I'm going to go to the shop. You guys want anything?" Yasuo asked as he reached the door, and Hanabi just watched him dispassionately. How will this Kitsune ever become a shinobi if he denies such simple truths? Seriously, betting against her Nichan is foolish. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. That evening Naruto drops his pen beside the report he was writing in regard to the latest prisoner's memories he had shifted through most the day. Rubbing his eyes as he lets out a tired sigh, he leans back against the backrest of his chair and honestly can't believe it. These devils actually believe that they are the good guys? What a joke. This new faction just has better PR than their rivals in the old faction. He will hand it to them though, on a few occasions they appear to be rather pragmatic at times, however, at times. The bulk of the time they talk about a phony idealistic rhetoric that holds no actual basis for their actions. Outwardly, they project a far more reasonable and rational government than their older hardliner counterparts. But individually the difference isn't even close to morally significant. As a shinobi, he could give them props for their propaganda machine, but that's where the respect stops. Just like back home, the Hidden Leaf was seen as the beacon of hope and prosperity as opposed to, say, the Bloody Mist village. Looking back at it now, Naruto could see that his home wasn't all sunshine and roses. Just like the Hidden Mist, the leaf had wiped out entire clans in its past, with the Uchiha being the most famous. His own being the least so, even if indirectly responsible. His clan, huh? Even after all this time, the Uzumaki clan had survived through the rise and fall of the elemental nations. He was now undoubtedly the last Uzumaki as opposed to being the last known. Yet here he is walking away from it. A legacy like none other, all to soothe his grief-stricken fiancée. Is this the right thing to do? What about the village as a whole? There are many things he is no doubt overlooking about running a whole hidden village, but they've all been doing their best to fix anything that popped up. Kuro dealing with the construction and maintenance of the village. Choji and Ino the crop and food supplies. Sakura the medical aspect. Omoi research and development. Temari in charge of outreach, and he's covering Anko and T&I. Shikamaru and Genma in security and squad assignments. Chojuro personnel and training. Samui has officially taken over finance and business management. Great, now he's thinking about Samui again. Samui of the Storm release. Former Kunoichi of Hidden Cloud and now soon-to-be mother of his child. At some point, no, it must have been during that spar, she first managed to blindside him with that strike from the sun. Her attack scrambled his nervous system and wrecked his chakra control. It was a solid hit. After their chat, she used her own chakra to stabilize his and absorbed a portion of the chaotic soup that contained both her own and his chakra. Whatever was left, he reabsorbed, and their resonance began to form. His tertiary lightning element has been boosted significantly since then, but he had paid it no mind before Ino pointed it out. His fiancée also pointed out that they had a subconscious link of some kind too. Its nature is unexplored but is likely linked to their chakra synchronicity. Maybe if they were both using chakra in close proximity or in a joint attack, said attack would likely be at least twice as potent without additional cost. That's just a guess though. Neither have moves in common, unlike he and Ino. She learned his Rasengan and is secretly trying to learn the various variants, thinking he hadn't noticed her sniffing around those memories of his when they were supposed to be sleeping. But now, he's supposed to be a father to a child, unsure how to, as he lacked the understanding of how without any point of reference himself. He's faced down literal armies, faced an endless losing battle, died, and even traversed worlds, and yet the thought of becoming a father has dominated and ruled his mind. How can he avoid messing up? Sure, the village is doing okay, but the numbers of enemies on the horizon is growing. Obviously, Kokobile is atop that list. He's been too quiet, and Anko's recent report suggests that his forces in Sendai have no intention of joining them. In fact, she believes that they are preparing to withdraw to a secondary facility. Locating that information is her current goal. Then, the other members of the Grigori come to mind. Of his fellow cadre, he has amenable relations with most of them but Mikhail and maybe Sasha. Well, the latter seems to just have a low opinion of men in general, so he isn't worried about her. Mikhail, though, he hasn't forgotten being scolded by Benamian, who told him that Hana and Shizuka could beat him. He's loyal to Azazel, though, so it isn't like he'll side with Kokobile or anything, but their future isn't looking too bright. Maria, the cadre in charge of the Korean peninsula. As neighbors, he should probably reach out to her, but in all honesty, she seems far too focused on internal affairs to want anything to do with them yet. Though, she had the decency to pull out her forces from west of the sector. Chojuro wants to go check if anything was left behind. Katerina is likely the cadre he's had the most interactions with. Though, their last conversation was rather. He should call her back, maybe tomorrow as it's late, and he has no mood for her suggestive multi-speak right now. Shikamaru might find her talks interesting though, maybe dump her on to him for a bit. No doubt, the Nara is already buried neck-deep in paperwork. Chuckling at the thought, Naruto swore he heard someone mutter, "troublesome," from somewhere but pushed it aside as the final problem was brought forward. The devils. Thankfully, both the Yukai and Heaven have their back on this one. Well, the Yukai without a doubt, and Heaven is shaky at the moment. Azazel is confident that the agreement will settle, Temari is unsure and shares his own doubts. The higher-ups of the Heavens seem to be optimistic about this, but the lower-end members are less so, far less so. Thankfully, they are just as disciplined as they are, so no issues have developed, and they haven't strayed too far from their base at the cathedral. They've been keeping an eye on them, yes, but that's it. As for the devils themselves, based on the phone call he got from Shizuka earlier, the discussion with Yasaka has remained within the highest levels of their government, also known as the Four Satans. As a result, the two heiresses are planning on proving Yasaka wrong and living up to the agreement flawlessly. However, third parties have also made moves within Ku. The named 5 principal clans came up. It also seems that one of the devils has a connection to them. Sounds like a good plot point developing for a story of an underdog gaining god-contending powers and gaining a fan club or something, if you ask the pretend cadre. Somewhere in Ku, an average brown-haired Japanese boy sneezed. Naruto was broken from his thoughts when a hand came to rest on his shoulder, snapping his eyes open to meet a similar blue of Samui staring back at him from the side. Blinking several times, he eventually recognizes her and asks, "Sam-chan, you didn't show up for dinner?" Samui informs before guiding his gaze to his desk where his reports had been stacked neatly to one side and a bowl of ramen placed in the center. Sighing, Naruto nodded and sat straighter as she pulled her hand clear as he spoke. "Yeah, sorry, been swamped with reports from our guests and the guys out in the field." Taking a seat opposite him, Samui nodded and responded as she took up her own chopsticks. "I guessed it was something like that. You work too much." Snapping his own chopsticks apart, Naruto chuckled as he replied, "This is what I wanted. To be a leader of my home. I gotta put in the work too now." He smiled, but his fellow blonde could see the tiredness he was attempting to ignore. After saying thanks for the food, the two ate in silence, with Naruto clearing 8 bowls and Samui clearing 4. After they finished and Naruto was sealing away the empty bowls, Samui was observing him directly and asked abruptly, "Are you mad?" This halted the black-banged blonde immediately, his eyes snapping to hers, and he finds his throat clenched tight. Things stayed that way for a long few moments, before Naruto finally found some words to speak. "I can't be mad at you, Sam-chan. Never would I be mad at my precious people." Offering a small nod, Samui awaits him to collect his thoughts for a bit, and listens as he continues. "It's just overwhelming. A bit. Okay, a lot. I never thought I would have a family like this. A wife, kids, a home." Letting out a sigh before sealing away the bowls and the scroll on his desk and sitting back in his seat, Naruto then continued. "I have no idea how to do this, Sam-chan. That's what I've been thinking about nonstop since you told me. All my life I've been a shinobi. It's all I know. Tell me to fight an army, I'll handle it. Tell me to escort a noble, I'll handle it. Tell me to protect traitors, no problem." Meeting her gaze directly, Naruto says softly, "Tell me to be a father? No clue. That is what I am stuck on right now." Smiling fully yet naturally at that, Samui nodded and replied, "Me too. I never knew my parents. My brother did, but I was too young to know them." Absent-mindedly rubbing her still flat stomach, she continued, "I look like my mother, according to him, but act like my father. I always wondered what it would be like to have had them around. Would they approve of my career as a kunoichi? Would they approve of my friends, my dreams, my future, my choices?" Naruto smiles knowingly at that, nodding his understanding before offering the only piece of advice he got from his father that fit this situation. "I believe they would have, Sam-chan." Gaining her undivided attention as he continued, "After all, it's a parent's job to believe in their children 100%. After a short pause, Samui asks, Who told you that?" Smiling in melancholy, Naruto replied softly, my father did. When I almost lost control of myself back home and Kurama almost broke through the seal. He appeared and stopped me. It was a brief talk, and he explained things to me, then he told me that. Meeting her gaze firmly, his own resolve suddenly returning, and this issue he had been stressing over no longer felt insurmountable anymore, Naruto stated firmly. So, Sam-chan, I know your parents are proud of you and we can handle this too. Being parents and stuff. Wiping her tears, not even recalling when she started crying, Samui nodded slowly but repeatedly as she replied softly. I see. Then, thank you. Again, not really paying attention to her surroundings, she found herself being enveloped into a hug by Naruto, and she gripped him back just as tightly. Samui had really been nervous. If not outright scared, she had miscalculated things and moved too quickly. This wasn't supposed to go this way, but it did, and now there was no going back. It seems, however, she really did know how to pick them. Jinjigaku no Haisaido, medical laboratory. At the same time, Omoi steps into the surprisingly large underground floors of the medical laboratory. Like most of the critical facilities of the hidden shrine, it was buried deep in densely packed, chakra-reinforced bedrock created by Kuratsuchi personally and supported further by Uzumaki-grade ceiling. Could probably tank a full-powered Bija bomb from an enraged Ninetales, that's how protected it was. Though, the white-haired shinobi moved swiftly through the basic bloodwork spaces, medical plant housing, and past a set of double doors into the sterilized area, passing the detoxification barrier field as he does and disposing of his pop stick. Finally, with one of the spare masks from the detox area on, Omoi reaches the pink-haired Kunoichi, who was in full-on laboratory gear and full-face mask as she was staring at the culture before her. Sakura spoke immediately when he stepped beside her, her voice muffled by the enclosed mask she donned. It isn't a virus but a bacterium. Observing the microscope's visual imagery, Omoi could see the truth in that statement, but remained silent as the pinkette continued. But it doesn't behave like one. Which is why everyone thought it was a virus. However, it does seem to feed towards particular chakra sources. For what purpose? Omoi asks the obvious question and watches as she flips the slide over, and the image changed to see a crystalline structure made of solidified chakra. Sakura continues. When it comes to full saturation, and enough chakra is absorbed, they solidify and become more like a virus, floating around the chakra network. Inspecting the data carefully, Omoi gets several ideas as to how that would affect the chakra network. It would be painful, but they could flesh it out with several different techniques that were commonly employed by shinobi of all nations. Sakura continued. It's like an uncontrolled version of Naruto's chains. But inside the body and harmful in place of beneficial. Could he cure it with his bloodline then? Omoi offered, and she thought on that for a few moments before nodding. Sakura replied back. Possibly. It would certainly grant them a level of resistance to it, if not outright immunity. Another idea hit the swordsman, Omoi voicing it. Can it be controlled? This drew a side-eye from the medical ninja, so he added. You know, to create shapes and stuff like Naruto can? An intriguing question, and something she hadn't thought about as she was just trying to understand and break it apart. In their solid state, they are notoriously difficult to combat at present. But controlling them to make objects out of solidified chakra? Sakura's scientific mind had locked in on that prospect and was now curious herself if that was possible, thus replied. I haven't tried yet. Give me a few days to run tests and see what I can do to influence it. Nodding, Omoi looked over the data again to commit it to memory, though she felt she needed to ask. This isn't for a weapon, is it? Looking back to the medical examiner, Omoi thought on that for a moment before replying. I hadn't thought of that until now. Blades made of solid chakra might be what we need to distinguish ourselves further and maybe reach new levels of strength. He shrugs casually, but then offered. But I was thinking about my own research actually. The Shoji piece system? The very same. Omoi confirmed with a nod before adding. We can make more, but it relies on converting the devil's evil pieces, which is unsustainable. If they find out, no doubt they'll demand something back, right? Probably. Then, what if we made them out of solidified chakra? Omoi offered, and now Sakura nodded, seeing where that could take things. He continued after a moment. We don't know what exactly they make those pieces out of, but we don't have access to it. Replicating it is impossible, even for Kuratsuchi. She's tried a lot. But if given to a non-chakra user, Sakura argued, and he nodded. Omoi then replied back. Might end up with an entirely different kind of shogi piece. Another thought hit him, and he looks into her emerald eyes, a gleam in his own as he offered. A night shogi piece. Nodding, Sakura replied. Granting both corrupted light and chakra like us. There has to be a catch, right? Nodding, as that was far too good to be true, Omoi offered back. More than likely. We won't know for sure until we try though. Though we should check in with the boss and see if he has any insight with the crystallized chakra. Nodding, Sakura replied as she looked back at the screen. I was planning on talking to him at breakfast. I only called you for some insights, a second set of eyes that might see what I haven't. Nodding, Omoi offered casually. It's no sweat. I needed a break too. All those diagrams and stuff was just messing around with my brain. With an unseen smirk that was heard in her voice, Sakura asked. Having trouble? Need a hand? Sighing with his entire being, Omoi offered in deadpan. Just stick with your medication production and leave the lethal stuff to me. Oh, but I can multitask, Sakura commented, and without thinking, Omoi replied. So I hear. The silence was profound and went unheard as his brain caught up to his mouth. The thickest of all swallows happened at that exact moment, punctuated by a very loud cracking of knuckles. Jinjigaku no High Saido, Dining Pavilion. The next morning, yawning on his approach, Naruto finally took notice of another fine day in the village hidden among the shrines. In his standard black undersuit, foregoing the jonin vest right now, he approached the outdoor cookery and the field of benches that were growing packed with his own. Despite these days most having their own personal kitchens within their homes, most still come to eat with everyone else, and Naruto was all for it. Even if in recent weeks, he's been tied down by his duties as Mitsukage of the village. Just before his thoughts tumbled down that path, Cheyenne appeared before him and gave him a massive hug that successfully distracted him and caused a smile to erupt on his face. Hugging her back equally as tightly, Naruto's worries suddenly became distant memories, and her giggle at his goofiness was soothing to his mind and heart. After a minute of this, he reluctantly let go of her but didn't break his hold as he says, Morning, Cheyenne. How you doing? Better now that you aren't cooped up in your office. Cheyenne replied somewhat chastising. Grimacing, Naruto sighed before replying. Yeah, I know. It's becoming a bad habit of mine. Nodding, Cheyenne replied sternly. You need to get out more. I swear, you're going pale spending so much time in that office or in that dungeon of yours. Rolling his eyes dramatically, Naruto replied with that same energy. Oh, sorry, mother. I never knew that I was. She bonked him playfully, stopping him as she huffed with hands falling to her hips, and now Naruto gulped. Shika has told him stories of this pose. Genma, Kiba, and even Ko have whispered of its legend. The absolutely terrifying pose that indicated the height of troublesome in the form of an irate woman about to force you to do something of their desire. Out of a sense of self-preservation, Naruto took a single step back as Cheyenne's eyes narrowed. Idly, the acting cadre notices Shikamaru praying for his survival and Ko literally diving out of sight. Genma outright body flickered away from the area, not wanting any part of this. Where did Choji go? He was there a second ago. With a voice far too sweet to be natural, that somehow paralyzed the strongest shinobi present, Cheyenne spoke calmly that fooled none. Naruto, my dear boyfriend. Despite every instinct telling him to teleport, body flicker, and Hiraishin away from there, whatever spell she was using to keep him there was preventing Naruto from leaving. Though, again, he idly noticed the complete lack of male presence anywhere nearby at present. By the log, he hopes he survives this. Oblivious to this all, Cheyenne continued. I think it is time for you to take me on a day out, full expenses paid and fully focused on me. Don't you think so too? There it was. The ultimate goal was fielded, and there was nothing any man could possibly hope to accomplish fighting this battle. Swallowing the heavy lump in his throat he ever recalls, Naruto nodded carefully and replied as if on autopilot. That sounds like a great idea, yes. Cheyenne's smile outshone the sun. Her cheer overruled the breeze, and happiness reminded him that this is what he was fighting for. Suddenly his apprehension was a figment of his imagination. Maybe a day off could not hurt, occasionally. Though, he would not even contemplate thinking of that phrase, as he was wiser than that. Jinjigaku no High Saido, Training Ground 2. As Naruto and Cheyenne went on their day out, Chojuro was leading the Grigori members through a physical training regime around the training grounds. Both 2 and 3. 2 is split into an open field and a lake, while 3 is a forest and city block for practice in urban combat. Ever since they had arrived, the non-Nightwing Fallen had been hoping to make inroads to become full-term members of the Mythical Legion. It took 2 days of observing the training of the Genin and few of the Chunin before they decided to join the regiment. It was a full-body physical exercise and stamina workout. They had obviously noticed that the Nightwings rarely used their wings outside distance flying and never within the village. Something they have respected themselves. So the thought of running around and doing physical exercise was something they had to get used to. The first day wasn't so bad. They managed to keep pace with the Genin and were moderately winded. They all felt that their chances in getting into the Legion were not looking too bad if this was the level of their youngest, weakest members. They obviously needed humbling. The following day, Chojuro ordered the Genin to hand over their resistance bands, and he had excused them from their usual training. Though, like the professionals they were, they all chose to sit in and watch the hilarity unfold. The second the resistance bands were activated by their magic, nothing changed at first as the effects were subtle. However, within the first 100 meters every single angel was breathing hard and could feel the pressure on their entire body. A few tried to take a break by flying, but it only made it worse. After a visit from Rimi, Hana, and Sakura, the bands were turned down by a healthy margin, and now they could survive the course. Though Sakura had to return to her duties but checks on them every so often. Now though, they are no longer as arrogant as they once were, but they were far better than they were before. They all have their own reasons for sticking to the training. For Motiki, he can't believe how out of shape he has gotten. How weak he had allowed himself to slide to. This training has allowed him to see what had held him back. Like his fellow Fallen, he had relied on his God-given powers to make his enemies run and flee, to take what he wanted, and none could stop him. However, it only took one spar with one of the 4-winged Nightwings to show him what true power was. He was handled like a baby. He has to get stronger and prove his 6 wings are not just for show. Tagaki has been with the Nightwings for some time now. Sure, she originally came as a prisoner. Admittedly, her lowest point, and even to this day she occasionally has nightmares of that psychotic interrogator's smile, and has a slight phobia of stone chairs and snakes. However, they rescued her siblings from that man's clutches as promised, and shown her that the stereotypes can be overcome. Living with these overpowered kin of hers has been an eye-opener for her personally. Sure, they indulge in what she considers the finer things in life like all of them, however there is a time and place for that. Not all the damn time. Her biggest mistake to date. She had gotten slack, fallen into line like a good little girl drunk on power, vices, and security of her station to protect her siblings. Well, that house of cards caved in on her and got her in the slammer. Her siblings lost. Never again. Never again will she allow herself to fall into that pattern and allow her siblings to slip from her grasp. The Nightwings is her ticket to greater success and strength, and no amount of training will keep her down. Then, when she's strong enough, prove to that Kyubi that she has changed and do some badass shit as a Nightwing that none would ever dare to cross her or her kin again. Imai nor Nishikiri had never seen their elder sister this driven before. Not even when their parents were still around. Never once complained, never once looked ready to quit, just silently preparing for the next challenge with an unshakable attitude of defiance. The pride they have in her has never been this high. As such, either want to be the reason she falls back on her old ways and are pressing on to stand at her side and not at her back. They never want to see the look of disappointment on her face when she caught them practicing, the look of terror when they were taken away from her. Never will they be dead weight again. They'll get through this as siblings. Imita finds herself sitting, arms resting on her raised knees as she looks over her fellows at the rest stop. Seeing as her wings hadn't healed yet, she has been restricted to the ground yet hasn't found it cumbersome this time around. After all, the training they are going through is focused on their body's physical ability almost entirely. The purple-haired fallen would admit to herself at least, that she isn't doing this entirely for the right reasons she supposed. To most, her reasons are selfish and self-serving. Though Imita can live with that as only she had seen the absolutely cold deadly rage upon the cadre's face when he tore apart those heroes. He had no emotion but a cold wrath at the thought of them catching, torturing and beating her. One of many under his command. When he had promised to protect them, she just waved it off as the normal bravado as one does, but seeing the unquestioned proof in that act of cold fury. Imita finds her core and lower regions heat up like no other time, and damn her fair complexion right now. They really glow when thinking of Lord Naruto. Yes, her reason to gain this strength is to become strong enough to gain his attention, and maybe even stand at his side. Be it as a soldier, an attendant, a commander, a concubine, or plaything, she does not care. Just staying at his side is her goal, and by father's light is she going to make that shit happen. Suddenly a cup of water occupies her vision, and looking up at the smiling face of the only single set in the village, Ishiwari. With a nod, Imita takes the offered water and nods her thanks. Ishiwari has been among the Nightwings officially for the longest of any non-member. She has spent time with the bulk of them at one point or another. The only notable exceptions being the cadres, the commanders, and the Lightning Company. Dunno why, but they just do not really get on. Nothing violent, just nothing clicks really. Though due to this, she is probably the highest trained non-Nightwing in attendance, and is speculated to being able to handle any normal Grigori four-winged. Not much else, but that is a considerable achievement considering that she only has a single set, and her gentler demeanor holds her back a bit. Part of her training now, however, is interacting with the regular fallen to overcome her inherent fear of them. She hasn't interacted with them at all since they arrived, avoiding them at all times, but Ishiwari knows that her sensei are nearby, and should they try anything against her now, they'd likely get a kunai at the very least to their dicks or tits for the effort. So here she is, offering her fellow trainees water during their break while Master Chojuro talks with her sensei, Tenten and Ren, and Hana about the next level of their training. Weapon handling, which also happens to be Ishiwari's best skill. Not to gloat or anything, and it certainly has nothing to do with the fact that she's spent so much time with the girls either. Probably. Looking over the group of just about a baker's dozen of fallen, Chojuro asks his comrades. They are all solid genin level stamina-wise. We could start them on the basics of sword combat. Shaking her head in disapproval, Tenten replied candidly. They are all super reliant on their wings. Either projectile weapons or pole arms would be a better fit. I have to agree with Tenten on this, Chokun. Ren adds with arms folded beneath her bust, looking to the former swordsman of the mist firmly. Seeing his tight frown, she smirks. Offer swordsmanship to the 6 wingers, but the rest will need to be trained on thrown weapons or large staffs. Chojuro sighed lightly, before nodding and responding softly. I know that they lack the power to maintain their light swords indefinitely until they reach 6 wings, but they could still learn from it. They could. Both Tenten and Ren speak in unison, the Nadeshiko Kunoichi continued. But it'll be a waste for the current. Tenten can teach them pole arms with Choji for now while you take the higher wings to learn the sword arts. I'll take my little Ishichan for some one-on-one lessons. Don't just dump them all on me. Tenten quipped, glaring at the Greynet, who giggled at the thought, Ren replying. You know I'll pay you back later. With a wink at the end, and Weapon Mistress just growled at her, wondering why the hell she puts up with this crap, and images of just last night pop up within her mind to recall why, and snuffs out her growling. Smirking, Ren nods as she looks to the medic and asks. So, how do they look from your perspective? Weak. Hana snipped sharply, glaring at the weakness given the form of these pathetic fallen resting ahead of them. Chojuro and Ren's sweat drop at the harshness of the critique from the Inuzuka, but Tenten isn't surprised. No doubt, Hana is comparing them to her own clansmen who are way more active physically at this point. Or maybe, comparing them to Naruto. A toss-up for either one at this point. Hana continued. They lack stamina, strength, and fortitude. I've seen academy students with more grit than them. In all due respect. Ren began, but Tenten cut in over her. Calm down, Hana. These guys know how weak they are. They aren't like us, born and trained from the day we could walk. The Inuzuka was going to object, but the weapons mistress stared at her hard and finished. Go take your frustrations out on your brother or something. He's always up for a spar, right? Should keep your urges in check too. Despite gaining a rosiness to her cheeks, Hana growled before stomping off and deciding to maybe thrash her brother about to vent was actually a solid idea. Ren and Chojuro looked to the bun-haired brunette with the woman they're asking. How do you know that? It's obvious, isn't it? Tenten cut her off, and then shrugged as she explained. The Inuzuka are a pack-minded group. Kiba has Sakura and those two go at it like rabbits in heat. The only one that the females are looking at is Naruto. He's been hogged by Ino and Cheyenne, leaving them all frustrated. Doesn't take a genius to figure out if you actually look. Her two companions nodded to that, with Chojuro responding with, well, we are shinobi. They should be more assertive, or they might find out the last time was the final time. Both Kunoichi nodded to that in total agreement. It is their tragic fate as ninja, never knowing when you take your final breath. Report 19 Feathers. Kyoto, Yukai Sector. Under the great blue sky that held the scattered clouds of white upon the gentle breeze of the afternoon sky, finds Naruto and Cheyenne on their day out. It started off as a pretty standard day out. They went to most the tourist sites around the city, acting as just another couple on holiday, just that they avoided the shrines for obvious reasons and not wanting to inadvertently draw their attention on them. Knowing Naruto's luck, they'd come down to chat or something. Walking through Arashiyama and its bamboo forest was a peaceful walk for the duo. Cheyenne got a crash course of infiltration when they reached Nijo Castle, as Naruto went into a bit too much detail on how he'd do it. They managed to catch a race at the racecourse. It was cool, but again, Cheyenne had to sit through Naruto's annoyance at the lack of speed. Hanabi was faster, and she isn't even a speed type. She did find it difficult to take him seriously at times as he went on and on about the former Hyuga. Little did Naruto know, but everyone had noticed that he was developing a slight sister complex. Nowhere near as bad or pronounced as Hanabi's brother complex, but it was still there. Then again, most of the older male Nightwings feel the same way and will protect their little sister from all harm. Among the women of the group, it's an open secret that any guy who tries to woo the young Hyuga will literally have to fight the bulk of their group's combat specialists. Chojuro, Genma, and Naruto, to name just a few. The likelihood of surviving when asking for her hand in marriage is basically 0 too. They'd have to beat the entire force at that point. After the racecourse, they got a light lunch and strolled through Tetsugaka no Michiru among the cherry trees for the first time. Cheyenne enjoyed it so much that they'd end up passing through later on. They ran upon a kimono shop and the former priestess dragged her boyfriend inside to get fitted for a matching set. Naruto emerged looking as sharp as his hidden blades. A formal plain dark blue traditional kimono, black obi paired with a long haori but forewent the accompanying hakama, sealed away with his civilian clothes. His chaotic mess of hair, that has grown far longer than he would normally keep it at the insistence of his other girlfriend, who was curious if he could pull it off, was pulled back into a ponytail and left the two black bangs, that were almost past his cheeks, to frame his face. Much like his father's once did. Cheyenne emerged with the regal grace she has always been blessed with, in a full formal kimono, and long haori in matching colors to her boyfriend. It was a simple change, but her posture and stance seemed to elevate the whole ensemble several levels. Her simple makeup was delicate and dignified. The staff attending the couple were all left gasping for air at the sight of the exotic light blonde. One of them insisted on doing her hair to match the occasion. 10 minutes later, her light blonde hair was up in a formal bun, but due to its length, it still reached down her back. The shop wanted them to both model for a few pictures and Naruto was firmly against it. But his lovely girlfriend gave him a look, the women all recognized and the owner feared, and so they ended up playing dress up for a good 4 hours. The male of the couple knew this would come to bite them in the ass at some point, but seeing Cheyenne's beaming smile made it all irrelevant for now. Back in Ku, a certain redhead and her queen sneezed. After that tiring assignment, the duo set off with a bowing staff and owner waving them off, with Cheyenne waving back with promises of returning. Kurata's kimonos would end up being the main store for these formal items for the Nightwings and even a lot of the Grigori that follow after them. As they strolled back towards the main Kitsune shrine, the couple gained plenty of attention and a number of adoring fans, who all stopped and watched them walk by. When they reached Tetsugaka no Michiru again, they were caught by Suzu and 2 of her fellow vixens that tried to remain discreet. Despite looking distracted by the beauty around them, Naruto noticed them immediately but paid them no mind, as he had promised to spend the day with Cheyenne and leave work aside for after they returned. This allowed the 4-tailed Kitsune to snap several pictures discreetly and lead her friends back to the compound at a near enough sprint. Naruto wanted to at least summon a shadow clone to intercept them, but Cheyenne had her arm hooked with his and would likely sense his chakra usage. He'll just have to raid the Kitsune grounds tonight and destroy the evidence. Then, she will regret ever being so nosy and bold enough to cross him. When they finally got back to the main shrine where their ally Yasaka lived, said Vixen was waiting for them apparently. Naruto naturally caught her breath catching, along with Seize, who was further back and not immediately visible. Glancing to Cheyenne, who looked back with a soft smile and nod, he sighed and headed towards them. No doubt they wanted something. As they approached, Yasaka managed to recompose herself and offered a soft smile while speaking. What a pleasant surprise, Naruto-kun, Cheyenne-san. After offering a bow and curtsy respectively, Cheyenne spoke first with a pleasant smile. That it is, Lady Yasaka. We were just returning from our day out together. Naruto needed a day off with all the work he has been doing recently. So I decided we would get away from our duties for the day. Only Naruto detected the hidden annoyance at the Kitsune for pretending not to know what was going on. It seems living among shinobi has given Cheyenne a degree of slyness to her pleasant demeanor. I see. That is most certainly true, needing to get a break from the paperwork. Yasaka replied with a nod, before looking at Naruto and adding, You should let others help you, Naruto-kun. You have the most competent subordinates to take some of the load. I am sure they would be happy to help. Before Naruto could respond, Cheyenne did. Oh, we do help whenever possible, Lady Yasaka. It is just unfortunate that many of the tasks that my dear friend here handles are heavily specialized. She sighs delicately while glancing to her arm candy and added, He is spreading himself thin to keep his word to us, and as much as I want to tell him to rest more often, we all know he cannot be so selfish. Looking back at the Lady of the Land, Cheyenne smiles and finishes. But that is why we love and respect him. Why we stand with him. He truly is a one-in-a-lifetime leader, and we do what we can to let him know that. Smiling softly, Yasaka and Sei both nod to that while noticing the light dusting on Naruto's cheeks as he scratches them with a finger, looking away clearly bashful and embarrassed at the statements. He was happy, without a doubt, but damn. Eventually, the Kyuubi broke the silence with her reply. Well, I am glad you are there to take care of him. Though, perhaps you could join us for a bit of tea in our garden. It is also getting rather late, so maybe you may have time to join us for dinner? As Cheyenne was contemplating it, Naruto sensed her chakra flicker in a certain way and looked to her, managing to catch her eyes. His subtle headshake was observed by all parties and she nodded before answering. I'm sorry, Lady Yasaka. Perhaps another time. Looking to the vixens, who too had maintained pleasant smiles externally, but were curious about the slight anomaly with the light blonde's chakra and what it was. They barely caught it, and it was barely a ripple, they think, but it clearly caught Naruto's attention, and they know how secretive of their abilities he is. What kind of ability does Cheyenne have, they both wondered about. Though, that's for later, and Yasaka nodded while replying. Certainly, another time. Returning the gesture, Naruto and Cheyenne turned to leave when the male blonde called back. Tell the little one to come out next time! As he waves back at them, causing both vixens to stiffen and glance back to see the equally stiff Kit barely visible behind the door briefly, before running off back inside. Seems that someone was curious about the new kitsune smell at the entrance. Sendai, downtown. Chuckling to herself, Anko sips on her hot chocolate as she watches the convoy of hero vehicles pass her by for the fourth time. She was relaxing in a cafe across from the meeting point for a meeting between the hero faction and the local fallen garrison. A deal of some kind is going down in about 2 minutes, and the paranoid humans have been driving past her for the last 20 minutes. Then again, can she blame them? Of the approximately 20 advance members, their 10 reinforcements, and then their support team, she has wiped out over 50% of them, and no doubt scared the rest shitless and forcing them into hiding. These executives, no doubt, have likely been briefed on someone hunting them down and are taking extra precautions for an ambush. It's cute. Well, thanks to this burner smartphone Ariana got her, she won't even have to get close to listen in to the conversation. So, instead, the paper bombs in her pocket will make their debut here. In her peripheral vision, Anko watches the 3 blacked-out cars come to a stop outside the restaurant opposite the cafe she was in and muttered, "About time, huh?" Though she was surprised to see that a pair of lizard-human-like people getting out of the final car. Solid brown eyes narrowed, Anko muttering, "Well, that is unexpected." Shrugging, she adds, "Not that it matters, still, gotta set the tags." With a sigh, Anko stands up carefully and moves silently, yet unnoticed by the civilians and the thought-to-be disguised hero guards. Said secret guards had already been slipped slow-acting paralytics in their coffee and teas, not that they knew it yet. As she passed them by, she took note of how they had nearly finished their beverage. A crossbow-armed guard glanced back at the cars and missed the trench coat floating down a fraction of a second beforehand. He stared for a moment, scanning the hood of the lead car, and missed the shifting shadow. Passing over to check the other side, glancing up at the guards who were at the cafe discreetly. None of them were reacting, but still he checked and again missed the flicker of the shadows. One of the guards opposite called, "Greg, what's wrong?" That was the last thing he would say as he was thrown into the alleyway, unheard. The now identified Greg shrugged and replied without looking back, "Nah, nothing. It must have been the wind or something." Only then he glanced back only to see the back of a tan trench coat with one of the other guards falling to the ground before her. A deep gulp as his brown eyes gazed upon the snake coiled around a dagger, flanked by black wings. He recognized it, and it caused his mind to shut down, his body going limp in terror as lips parted to whisper, "The Snake of Sendai." Glancing back at the hero, said Snake Shadow smirked at his fear and watched as his weapons slipped from his slackened fingers, clattering to the ground lifelessly. Seraphal Leviathan had been told to meet the local representative of the Eastern Yukai faction here. She moved in silent confidence, and in a hood and cloak without hesitation, turning the corner and freezing. Among the streets she wandered of the city, the Satan watched the convoy of 3 cars suddenly speeding off. Though, not even 10 seconds later, the first one exploded from below and flipping forward, smashing down on its roof. The second followed suit, but when in the air a second explosion created a fireball, and then the third skidded to a stop, barely avoiding the second car's falling wreckage. The doors swing open, but as the occupants dismount, the car too erupted in bright blue flames and it engulfed everything. Screams of the normal humans as they fled, and, much to the surprise of the short Satan, not one had been injured in such an event, and Seraphal shifted quickly, slipping into a nearby alleyway. Though, as she does a flickering shadow upon a rooftop and spotted a trench coat glowing by the flame's light. Twin wings flanking the long blade and wrapped around a single green snake. But the person had vanished before she could get a clearer picture. As the chaos continued upon the road, the sound of sirens filling the early night air and flashing lights bouncing off the buildings. Seraphal muttered lowly, "An assassination, huh? Kelly!" A new voice caught the attention of the former Citri, and she jerked back to see the alleyway filled with bodies of humans, scattered and lifeless, but the one who had called out was the closest to her. Seraphol whispered to herself. "What the hell happened here?" "Kelly!" the man whispered again, drawing her interest in and forced her to approach the downed human. Kneeling down, Seraphol asked carefully. "What happened here?" She got us, you know, her." The human muttered barely above a breath, staring up at the sky with brown eyes blank and unseeing. Upon his final breath, he muttered, "The snake of Sendai." Pondering this, Seraphol watched this human pass on and contemplated whether or not to revive the man using one of her many pawns. She hadn't used any of her evil pieces, simply because she never needed to before now. But it could be a waste. Instead, she places a hand on the man's forehead and began to scan the last few moments of life. She learned he was a hero. An elite guardian for the convoy that was just blown up. They were here to discuss the acquisition of the local Grigori base, and the Yukai leadership was offering a counteroffer. He was on guard by the cars but was caught by this snake of Sendai. He didn't get a look at her face but only that insignia on the back of her tan trench coat. The fear that surrounded the memory and the name was palpable, but Seraphol couldn't find out why as this man's mind, Greg Herring, ranger of the hero faction, had finished shutting down and died. Sighing, she stood up and decided to leave. Her target had already been either eliminated or had fled. Her place here would only be seen as another violation. Though, her final scan confirmed that the hero died to a venom of some kind of supernatural origin. Truly, this snake of Sendai had earned their name, and if Seraphol ever finds her, her night piece would be a good choice. The shortest Satan had no idea that her teleportation was monitored and captured on film by her target, the sigil clearly visible and identifiable. Another point of contention would arise from this fact. Underworld, Grigori headquarters. 2 days later. "So, where are we going?" Vala commented as he followed the Governor-General of the Grigori through the headquarters, hands in pockets. Glancing back at the team, Azazel responded sternly. "We are not going anywhere, Vala. You will head to the Middle East and ensure that Kokabeel is still there." Rolling his eyes, Vala was about to speak but the seraph continued after they turned the corner. "Then, when you get back, you will head to the training room and practice your energy control with Barakiel." "Why not you?" "I have other places to be and work to do." Azazel snipped, getting a look of incredulity from the sacred gear user, that he missed completely as they reached the meeting room and opened the door to find the 2 women he was looking for. Though, he looked back at the hybrid and ordered, "Get moving! I have things to do." Ignoring his teacher, Vala looked over the 2 women in the room. He took note of the cadre and her uniform, that was not standard of the fallen as she stood at 5'4", short black hair and pink eyes, her lashes running upward at the corners. The uniform was like a black full-body suit, but her right sleeve missing revealing flawless tan skin. Her shorts reached halfway down her thighs, fishnets covering the rest down to her covered sandals. A gray sleeveless pocketed jacket with a metal plate of the Grigori insignia on her arm, but another insignia he did not recognize on the vest. She looked over at the new arrivals, face stern but rose her brow as she asks, "Azazel, why are you here with the runt?" Vala frowned at the jab, but Azazel was quick to respond. "Figured I would join you guys in heading out. We have a few things to discuss over there." Nodding, the cadre then gestured with her head to the guest and asked, "Then, the brat?" "I ain't a brat," Vala claimed with a glare on the woman's face, but she seemed completely dismissive of his intent. Sighing, Azazel looked to the child among them and ordered, "He'll be leaving on his own mission, right, Vala?" Frowning, Vala leaves after a tense stare down with the shorter woman while kissing his teeth. Though after turning the corner, he snuffed out his presence slowly and listened in as Azazel commented, "Okay, so, Sakaria, are you ready to go? The Nightwings are our elites, so your admittance. That boy is still out there." The cadre reports and Vala tuts again, moving off smoothly, but now he had a name. That uniform belongs to the infamous 1st Legion, the Nightwings. It supposedly looks similar to that of the 2nd Dark Doves, who have a deep indigo vest, and the third golden aureoles, golden vests when fighting. Though, why Benamian had her legion be ready for combat when they are largely part of the bureaucratic processes of the organization is beyond the White Dragon Emperor. Due to that, they are normally in fine dark suits, with dark yellow or golden ties or accessories that are now synonymous with that legion alone. Still, Valet feels that these Nightwings might prove to be a better challenge than maybe even the governor. Though finding them is proving to be difficult, and the old man is surprisingly guarded about them. Well, with this free time he suddenly had maybe he could do a bit of his own research to find out just how strong they are and learn their secrets. Hopefully, his red counterpart is also gaining strength and endurance to provide him with the ultimate challenge whenever they cross paths. Grinning, Valet cannot wait to meet this generation's Red Dragon Emperor of Domination. Inko said dragon stirred slowly within his host and inadvertently released the first soft pulse of dragon magic that caught the attention of a few of the scout members of the various factions in the small city. Only one tracked it successfully, however, as her eyes were truly one of a kind here. Her brother will want to hear about this when he arrives tomorrow morning for his first promised weekend visit. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. The following morning. Enter. Naruto called out from the desk of his office and in stepped Chojuro and his new scout squad. Rimi Inuzuka, Soga, Niwa, and much to the surprise of the sitting Kaige, Motiki, Hada, and Tagaki. When they stopped before the desk, Chojuro reports in. My team and I are ready to deploy on our western excursion. Nodding, Naruto looked over at the Grigori members, who were clearly very nervous at being within the heart of their base of operations and being assigned to an actual mission from him. They were stiff and clearly uncertain. Thankfully, Chojuro explained their presence. I figured having regular Grigori confirming our identities would make things go smoothly. I get that, Chojuro. Naruto replied swiftly, but his eyes hadn't left the three who all took gulps upon his unwavering stare. The cadre continued pointedly. However, them leaving this place is a security risk. You know this, so why would you pick them? Glancing at them from the corner of his own dark eyes briefly, Chojuro offered back. They want a chance to prove themselves. Worst case, we kill them if they step out of line. The standing Nightwings all nodded with Niwa, a former Miss Jonin with dark navy blue hair and matching, jagged sharp teeth as his leader adding. We can handle that much, Lord Mitsukichi. They won't get far. Finally breaking his stare from the Grigori members and to the Jonin who spoke, Naruto took a moment to consider then nod and saying, Fine then. I will put them under your watch. You remember the punishment, right? Swallowing nervously under the stares of the Kage, and his commander at his side, Niwa nodded stiffly once and reports. Yes, Lord Mitsukichi. I remember it. Nodding again, Naruto let out a tight breath before placing enough devices on the desk for each Nightwing to have one and explained. I will leave the exact details of your flight plan up to you, Chojuro. Find and establish control over any fallen encampments you encounter, and report back to Shikamaru. Pausing for a moment, Naruto shook his head and corrected himself. Actually, report to Samui. She'll write up the reports for Shika to look over when he gets back later tonight. Chojuro nodded before asking. Does she know we are her point of contact? Shaking his head, Naruto replied casually. I will speak to her before I head out myself. We are all hands on deck right now, so I doubt she will have any issues with a little extra workload. The Nightwings nodded to that, but Chojuro knew full well that only Naruto could get away with asking anything of the Lightning Commander, let alone talk to her without getting zapped with enough energy to light a small town for a month. The Grigori members though were too nervous to even twitch, so stayed ramrod straight. Though, that news that they were all getting stuck into work and busy meant that they might be able to find a niche they could prove useful for, and be able to remain here among these elites. Chojuro's voice brought them back to the room. In that case, we'll set out immediately and check in via the phone when we reach the first meeting point. Nodding, Naruto took out another phone and spoke. This will be her phone for the duration of your mission. Take the number down and you are cleared to depart. Hi, Mitsukichi-sama. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Gabriel leads her current second-in-command, Michelle of 6 Wings, towards the palace gates calmly. Though, just as they reached the gates of the somewhat immaculate-kept castle, they both found themselves looking up and witnessing 7 fallen angels in formation and heading towards the west. Though, of their numbers only 4 had the standard outfit of the Night Wings, but they would only find that out later. Michelle speaks up. Lady Gabriel, should we not be concerned about this? I am sure we will be informed of their purpose later, so we shall not jump to conclusions. Gabriel reminded her subordinate, who nodded once, but they were going to speak again yet were cut off by a familiar voice from behind. They are an expeditionary team heading to the western part of the country. Turning back to the front, Gabriel spotted the familiar figure of Temari standing side by side with Yasaka and beside a dark-haired man in a similar uniform. At their backs stood 3 more of what the Seraph assumed were more of these special children, and attendants of the QB leader. Smiling brilliantly, Gabriel waved at them all and called out, Temari-chan! Lady Yasaka! Thank you for greeting us directly. Both addressed nodded back their greetings with Yasaka saying, Yes, welcome to Kyoto, Lady Gabriel. I hope you and your forces have been settling in okay. Nodding, Gabriel replied cheerfully. They have indeed. Though a few of my own are wondering if they are allowed to use the abandoned buildings around the cathedral for additional services. I have asked for their patience while we speak today. With a sharp inclination of her head, Yasaka responded with care. I see. Well, we can discuss that in our meeting today with my new chief of security here. Gesturing to the dark spiked ponytailed man at her side, who looked perpetually bored and just sighed while mumbling about troublesome workloads and stupid cadres dumping things on him. It was clear to be in jest, and so Gabriel found herself smiling at the sight. Michelle, though, did not take it the same way and asked the man, You should not speak so distastefully about your superiors. Can you not show some respect? Staring at her flatly, the man's dark eyes seemed to bore into the 6-winged pure angel blankly, and with no intent when Gabriel chuckled and interjected. Ah, Michelle. It was clear that it was in good humor. He holds no ill will nor does he lack respect for, who I assume to be his leader. So please calm down. Nodding, Michelle was quick to correct herself. Forgive my hasty judgment, Lady Gabriel. With a strained smile, Yasaka offered calmly. In any case, shall we head inside? I believe Azazel will be arriving shortly. He apparently got held up by a previous engagement, and sends his apologies for his tardiness. As they walk through the castle, Gabriel feels compelled to ask to sate her curiosity. Temari-chan. Is your cadre not going to join us today? Glancing over, past the QB, Temari answered calmly. Unfortunately, no. Both are engaged elsewhere on assignments, and will be unavailable for these discussions. Surprise was written all over both Pure Angel's faces upon hearing that they had not 1 but 2 cadres among their number, but Temari just nodded. They need to get used to this, as when the truth about her little brother comes out, handling it would be far more than outright lying. This branch of trust is just that, a branch. Recomposing herself, Gabriel managed to ask. 2 cadres. That was not mentioned before now, Temari-chan. It wasn't, Lady Gabriel. Temari confirmed with a nod, not looking towards her as they reached the meeting room that was parted by the Tengu guards. Michelle was quick to point out that fact. You lied to Lady Gabriel. I never said we only had a single cadre. Temari corrected casually with a shrug, entering the room with her fellows ahead of her and before the Pure Angel duo. Yasaka was between the 2 groups of angels and took her place at the head of the long oak table. Michelle hissed back harshly. A lie of omission is still a lie. Lady Gabriel never asked about our numbers. Temari clarified sternly, staring at the 6-winged woman firmly, then added. A cadre was mentioned and nothing more. I am parting with this information with you now as a sign of trust. Before Michelle could respond, Gabriel smiled gently from her place opposite and spoke first. I understand, Temari-chan. I thank you for this information and trust being shared. We will not disappoint you all. Smirking lightly, Temari nodded before gesturing to the others with her and decided to introduce them one after the other. Allow me to introduce my fellows while we wait. Upon the two pure angels' nods, she began. Next to me is my husband Shikamaru. He is also the chief security officer of the Kyoto faction. Borrowing a leaf from his fellow eight-wing and jonin, Shikamaru had a saban in his mouth, as he can't be seen smoking in public or in front of his unofficial wife. His narrow brown eyes looked upon the two guests. His shoulder-length black hair was tied up in a spiky ponytail. He was leaning on his palm supporting his head, the other was tapping against the wooden table and looked bored or possibly irritated, maybe even annoyed. Though, he was in his full Nightwing Jonin outfit like most the others. It is a pleasure to meet you, Shikamaru. Gabriel says softly with a light bow of her head, and he sighed again. Shikamaru offered back. Likewise. He ignored the glare from the troublesome blonde with ease. Though Temari gestured to the next one. Next to him is Hana. One of our lead medics says our chief medical officer hasn't left our hospital's labs in weeks. Yeah, that new bacterium has her so focused, it's kinda scary. Hana reports with a smirk, shaking her head at the antics of her fellow medical practitioner. After a chuckle shared among her fellows, she added. Though, it might just because she hasn't seen it before. The chance of naming a cure is likely her motivating factor. Probably. Shikamaru drawled casually with a side glance at the Inuzuka. Like the rest, she was in her jonin outfit, her long hair up in its typical high ponytail with two locks of her hazel hair framing her face, and her large black eyes filled with amusement at current. Her traditional tattoos stretched as she grinned before looking back at their guests. That also highlighted the light lipstick she had on. Gabriel and Michelle just listened and observed this all, taking the fact in that this woman was a part of the Fallen's healer group, allegedly, and that her boss is working on a cure for a new disease so much that she has not left her laboratory, thus unable to attend this meeting. Truly, a noble goal. The seraph couldn't and wouldn't contain her radiant smile upon hearing the amazing news, even more so when Yasaka spoke up to corroborate this information. I have been informed about her work and understand that a new breakthrough is imminent. Many of my people's lives will be saved should she succeed. The Nightwings all smile or smirk at that, with Hana answering. Yes, she is aware of that, and thus her zeal is running on overdrive. I hear my brother complaining about her not being worried about her own health. He's had to bring her food on an ever-growing basis to make sure she eats and sleeps enough. Blinking at that, the outsiders were caught off guard by that admission, but it was Gabriel who asked. Your brother, are they married? The Nightwings all share looks with one another, unsure whether or how to explain things, with Temari offering. On paper, most of us are either married, engaged, or in accepted partnerships of some sort. We keep the records in a secure place, but I do not think they are officially recognized beyond our group, though. She shrugged and Shikamaru spoke up seamlessly. It was not a part of our treaty with the Yukai, so it is not recognized here in Japan most likely. Due to our secrecy protocol within the Grigori, there are no records of us there until recently. It has not come up with all our current issues at hand, so, for now at least, it will remain an internal matter. Further surprise rippled around the room's non-Nightwing presence at this information, as not even Yasaka was aware of this, and she thought she knew everything about them at this point. She will have to go over the details of their agreement directly after this and offer amendments to allow such things within her lands. Internally, Temari and Shikamaru were grinning like fools. When they discussed this with Naruto and the other commanders, as a way to prevent others from needlessly throwing marriage contracts their way, none opposed it. All the couples had since filled out the paperwork, within the hour, and kept sealed within Naruto's vault, so they were able to not lie about this at all. After all, Shikamaru had reviewed the whole treaty with the Yukai and not one mention of marriage was mentioned. It's another gap in their own internal workings that Temari was now working on fixing with Summers, who herself is basically falling into the role of legal expert. How dreadful! Gabriel sniffled, drawing all eyes to her tight frown as she added. To not have your commitments to one another acknowledged beyond your community. It's fine. The final member of the Nightwings spoke now, drawing eyes to her light blonde and jewel-like amethyst eyes that sparkle warmly, and she continued. All we need is each other after all. We know we love each other and that is enough to get us through the day." She smiled saintly and delicately stealing the air from their guests. Gabriel and Michelle were wondering if this woman was not one of theirs. Yasaka was confused as she swore she was supposed to be the shrine maiden here. Why was she feeling inadequate against this gentle woman sitting with them? With a low chuckle and challenging smirk, Temari replied, "You are right, of course, Cheyenne-chan. But as you know, these men of ours are notorious for attracting attention. Especially of the female kind. Despite their best efforts. Preach it, sister." Hana chuckled with a soft smile, looking to Temari, who only then realized that could be accurate. Seeing as her and Naruto are basically siblings at this point. Shrugging off the weirdness with professional ease, Temari nodded and replied, "Still, your sister-in-law should have a little vacation when she's finished." Hana snorted, waving her off, and replied, "Knowing her, she'll find another virus, plague, or something to cure and go right back to that lab of hers." "Probably." Shikamaru confirmed with a nod, getting light chuckles from the other Nightwings. Shaking off her astonishment, Gabriel looks to the light blonde and asks, Cheyenne-chan, yes?" Getting said woman's attention, and the Archangel continued after her nod. "What role do you have among your group?" Thinking on that for a moment, Cheyenne taps her lips several times with a finger, as she looks to the ceiling for a few moments before looking directly at the strongest woman of heaven and answering, "Well, I think my official title is assistant of our leader." "On paper," Temari adds with a nod, with Cheyenne returning it before looking ahead and continuing, "Though I do a lot of paperwork and run errands. I am not really a fighter like the others, so I am only really a supporter of sorts." "Not a fighter?" Michelle asks incredulously, drawing eyes to her to see it. Not taking any offense to the disbelief, Cheyenne simply nods and replied, "I was trained differently to everyone else. That is all I know I can say at the moment." Offering a soft smile at that, getting a nod from Gabriel, though both Michelle and Yasaka were busy trying to figure out this non-combative fallen. The QB, though, suspected what it was and thus voiced it. "You're a shrine maiden too." All eyes looked to the golden-haired vixen, then to light blonde, who sighed hard before nodding. Surprised at her correct deduction, Yasaka sat up straighter and asked, "To whom do you?" She paused upon recalling that they all came from a different world. Though, it did seem to have a loose connection to the Shinto of some kind, so maybe. But before the QB could say anything further, Cheyenne rose a hand and stopped her so she could reply. "I cannot tell you that, Lady Yasaka, or anything regarding it. I am sure he will not be pleased if you press this matter." The other Nightwings nodded and caused a heavy sigh to slip from Yasaka's lips as she nodded too. Though, perhaps she could convince Naruto and Amaterasu to cooperate with her, and see what Cheyenne can do for the three factions. Surely, a Nightwing shrine maiden aiding her, a Shinto maiden in service with the Shinto, would be another great cooperative effort. This thought was obviously not lost on Gabriel or Cheyenne, the latter easily figuring out what her local counterpart was likely thinking and not sure how that would work out doing. The former, however, was wondering if she should look into the full extent of the duties of Shrine Maiden and see if there is any precedent for one within the biblical faction, or what their equivalent would be. Truly, Gabriel was extremely ecstatic about the possibilities that continued to present themselves in these children. At first, it was Nin, Shinobi. Now, there are healers and a maiden of the shrine. What's next? An oracle, botanist, chef, and researcher? Cheyenne, Ino, Choji, and Olmo all sneezed in unison. Gabriel just stared at Cheyenne in disbelief, watching as she shakes off the sudden action and was seriously considering pinching herself. Next, she says she's unmarried and had not laid with a man at all. Again, Cheyenne sneezed and was seriously annoyed and confused. Gabriel pinched herself this time around, but before she could say anything the door parted, and Azazel walked in with a smile while offering, "Sorry I'm late. Traffic was a nightmare." Though he blinked and looked over the Nightwings present, raising a brow as he asked, "Cheyenne-chan? Shouldn't you be? Due to ongoing operations, I am taking his place while Temari-san is representing our interests." Cheyenne informed with a soft smile, and Azazel nodded with a gentler smile, replying respectfully. I see. In that case, the meeting should be productive with you watching over us. Both Yasaka and Gabriel noticed the tonal shift of the governor in this woman's presence, and were very impressed with how this woman's mere presence had seemingly cultured the normally eccentric fallen leader. In truth, Azazel knew full well if he did anything unbecoming in Cheyenne's presence, he would have to deal with an equally angered Benamian, Naruto, and Abukata, Shamaha's wife, again which is something he cannot handle. Taking his seat beside Tamari, the governor smiled wildly while getting comfortable, clasping his hands on the table and leans forward onto them as he opened up. So, these accords. How will we operate under it? Namake's estate. Swallowing the last of his lunch, Naruto sighed hard before looking to his sister and saying, Here I thought you'd want to talk about anything but work when I came here, Hanabi-chan. Sitting across from him on the kitchen table was said teen who paled, and tried to correct the misconception. Hanabi replied quickly. No, Ni-chan. I don't. But I thought you should know. With a raised brow, arms folding across his chest as he leaned back, Naruto replied lowly. A funny way of showing it. A soft giggle from the side caught his eye briefly, Shizuka taking his empty bowl to return it as she commented. Just praise her, Naruto-kun. She's doing exceedingly well for her first undercover mission. That's why she mentioned it. Dropping the dishes into the sink as she finished. Naruto watches her the entire time she spoke and confirmed that she is truly a fine Nadeshiko kunoichi. Even in this futuristic world they find themselves in, Shizuka looks great in her baggy gray tracksuit bottoms and low-cut, sleeveless black cotton t-shirt. She had a white apron on while she cooked and cleaned. The kunoichi missed his nod, then turning to his sister, Naruto replied with a smile and spoke softly with a prideful undertone. She's right. Hanabi-chan, you are doing great. Good job. Beaming a smile that rivaled his at its greatest, Hanabi nodded and ignored the pink cheeks and pouting twins. This is proof that her brother is just that, her brother and not theirs. Enai and Lee felt irked by something, their eyes narrowed on the young kunoichi, and the jealousy of their sibling rivalry spiked. They will do better and have their brother praise them too. Swallowing his tea, Yasuo spoke next. Still, any news from back home, sensei? Looking over to the silver kitsune, Naruto shook his head and explained. Nothing too crazy. We finished analyzing that chakra disease and medical are comfortable they'll come up with something soon. All the Yukai nod and smile at that. That thing has always been a death sentence before the Nightwings arrived. The few countermeasures only ever prevented it from getting worse or slowed it, never cured. If ever past a certain point, nothing could ever be done. Somewhat aware of those thoughts, Naruto continued as he grabbed his teacup. The Nightwings have been officially welcomed into the Western Yukai faction alongside the Kid tribe. A long time coming. Yasuo replied sharply and with a grin. Naruto shrugged as he sipped his tea, replying only after swallowing. The paperwork has already been dealt with and it was lengthy. You used shadow clones though, right? Shizuka spoke from the kitchen and got a grunt from the table, causing her to glance back over her shoulder with a smile far too sweet to be natural. Her voice matching it. What was that, Naruto-kun? I did, ma'am. Naruto reports dutifully, wondering why the hell that set him on edge. Only Cheyenne's sweet smile should be even remotely effective on him yet. Back in Kyoto, Cheyenne smiled sweetly for no reason, causing Azazel and Shikamaru to both break into cold sweat for some reason that escaped them both. After a shudder, Naruto continued speaking into his slightly lowered cup. Shikamaru is now head of Kyoto's security and defense. He still hasn't stopped complaining to me about it. Lazy butt. Hanabi commented flatly, drinking her own green tea with the elegance she grew up with. Yasuo nodded but added, It's scary how smart that guy is. Though, comforting that he's looking out for us all now. Still thinking Ma should have been in charge. Shizuka commented as she finished up the large ladle, placing it on the drying rack. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. He didn't want the post. Told me himself. Yasuo shuddered visibly and rather violently as he muttered. That man. The The twins were curious as to who this Genma was, but the Nightwings just grin at that, Naruto speaking for them all. Is our casual legend. Just leave it at that. The kitsune nodded, fully agreeing with the sentiment, Yasuo commenting. If I wasn't already your student, I would have killed to be his. Hanabi grumbled lowly, only for Shizuka to bob her head and speak. None of that language in this house. The younger teen glared at the woman, Hanabi snipping back. You're not my Hanabi. Naruto spoke lowly, and she stiffened under his narrowed-eyed stare, averting her own into her remaining teacup. Eventually, Hanabi mumbled out. Sorry, Shizuka-san. Taking her seat beside Naruto, Shizuka took up her own green tea and offered with a soft smile, while replying. I am not trying to replace anyone, Hanabi-chan. Just want to make sure you grow to be a refined young lady, who also happens to be a deadly kunoichi on the side. You have no need to lower yourself with such bad language. Finishing his cup, Naruto got up to refill and waved off the Nadeshiko, trying to do it, moving swiftly to recover the teapot as he spoke. Still, the fact that you possibly found a dragon-type sacred gear awakening. 2 actually. Hanabi corrected, gaining Naruto's attention, and she clarified. That super strong one was from one of those boys who called out to Shizuka-san from the cafe. She ignored the stare from the older kunoichi at the lack of familiarity when spoken of her, and continued explaining. The second was from a blonde boy, but it's weaker and fragmented, maybe. Fragmented, huh? Curious. Naruto murmured as he returned to the table and refilled the empty cups offered to him. Thinking on it a bit as he retook his seat, he asked. Well, we will have to investigate both. With all the heroes and devils around, leaving either of them unsupervised could be bad. More so the devils than the heroes. Any idea which one they have? Yasuo asked the table, but Hanabi shook her head and explained. I am not familiar enough with them all to know. But it caught my attention, and from what I can tell, it is still dormant. That doesn't sound too good. Shizuka says softly, and Naruto sighs as he nods, agreeing with her as he adds. Sounds like trouble. It's kinda like sensing a bloodline before it awakens. Reminds me of someone in the past. She lost control of theirs and it ended up killing people as she couldn't rein it in. It was messy. So what do we do? Yasuo comments and Naruto shrugged, replying easily. I'll have to talk to Azazel for advice. This is not our department. Though a certain weapon mistress might be more interested and capable here. Ten, really? Shizuka glancing to him, a look of betrayal upon her face, and Naruto sighs, forgetting about that rivalry of theirs for a moment. Shaking his head, he corrects his statement. She is a weapon expert. You are a sharpshooter. She is an engineer, obsessed with weapons. You are a fine frontline sniper, who doesn't miss. Understand me? Nodding slowly, Shizuka sips her tea calmly before whispering. Just this once. Sighing with a shake of his head, Naruto looks back to the kitsune and says, Depending on the situation, we have options. If they are innocent and ignorant, just watch over them. If they are a troublemaker, we could test to see if they can be trained. If they become a human separatist, we end them. But the agreement? Shizuka reminds, and again, Naruto shrugs before explaining. Is between the devils and the yokai. We are neither. Gesturing to himself and Shizuka, before pointing to Hanabi and adding. She is the only one acting on behalf of the yokai of the Nightwings. You, Shizuka, are here to keep an eye on her and offer aid if she needs it. Technicalities, and you know it. Shizuka responded, and Naruto nodded again, replying calmly. But still true. I will not put any of my people in harm's way. Protect them from afar, but we cannot interfere with the devils. Only, and only, if they are attacked can we interfere. From a professional standpoint, we shouldn't even do that and just report it, but... Looking to Hanabi, then back to Shizuka, he added with a smile. You know me and I know you too. Watching an innocent get killed isn't in our nature. So if you guys jump in to save them, drop me a call so I can get ahead of the crap beforehand. Both kunoichi nod to that, smiling at his ever-protective nature shining through, so Naruto looks to the yokai and informed. Same for you three. Technically and on paper, I have no jurisdiction over your actions, but if you need help, my offer still stands. Call me if you need anything. The three all nod and he smiles at them before saying, All right, let's watch a movie or something. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Looking up from his notes, Shikamaru spoke calmly. Then, the leader will be the highest number of wings/tails regardless of status then. Yasaka, Gabriel, and Azazel nodded, the priestess speaking up. They typically have the most experience in the field. I say command could be passed if the designated leader doesn't feel comfortable with it. Or if the squad as a whole decides that they can't, then the next in line then. Temari offered, though Michelle was quick to counter. Assuming that command is unable to be contacted. With a low rumbling hum, Azazel looks from his own notes and nodded, looking to the six-winged pure angel while saying, That should be fine though. I am sure that the Nightwings are stronger than their contemporaries. They are also far less biased than others, so personally I would feel a lot better leaving one of them in charge. Surely you jest. Michelle replied incredulously, before looking over at the fallen on the opposite side of the table and asking, I am a proud warrior of our father's light. I do not. Michelle. Gabriel cut in, drawing her subordinate's attention and halting her. With a smile, the seraph shook her head and explained, My brother is not wrong. However, perhaps we can compromise and run a few trail runs? A reasonable ask. Azazel commented, but Yasaka spoke here. I have placed my own under their command on several occasions thus far and have received nothing but praise after they returned. Both seraphim present rose brows at this, either having heard of this before and one was their boss, technically speaking. Seeing this, the QB smirked and explained further. Not long ago, I had asked them to do a sweep of my faction for any traitors, spies, and informants. Nodding, Azazel said. I remember that meeting. They said it will take all week. Took us 3 days. Temari remarked, causing all eyes to land on her, but Hannah added. Though we grabbed them all in one night after we confirmed and identified them properly. Longest 30 hours of my life. She grinned along with the quad-bun blonde, Temari replying. It was worth it though, seeing everyone come together like that and surprising that little brother of mine. Nodding, Hannah reports. That it was. Plus his giggle fit. Do you remember how cute he looked? Cheyenne chimed in here with a grin and commenting. Oh, that was the highlight of it all. The other ladies of the Nightwings nodded in agreement when Shikamaru sighed, hard, drawing eyes to him as he explained. Well, what do you expect from guys who had been awake nonstop for nearly 5 days at that point? We had researched and planned the whole operation down to the minute. Seeing it all come together like it did. He shrugged at the end and now the other leaders were impressed. Though Yasaka hadn't heard the details of the operation, just the outcome, and thus spoke up in response. You outdone yourselves. Our thanks seem hardly enough to thank you. The Nightwings smile at that. Gabriel joined in with it before asking. Can we get back to the agreement? Everyone looks to the seraph, nodding their agreement, and allowing her to continue. I am concerned about the squads getting injured. What will we do? We can tend to them. Hannah began, gaining the attention of all as she explained. Our healing capabilities are universally effective. They work on our own, Grigori, and Yukai just as effectively. They should work with you too. Nodding her acceptance, Gabriel then asks. Then you will take them to your home? All the Nightwings shook their heads in unison, Temari stating firmly. We have already covered that our home is off limits, period. This is not a negotiating position nor is it a debate, but our home is not on the table here. That is our position, and it will remain as such. Raising both hands placatingly, Gabriel responded gently. Ah, my apologies. I did not mean to suggest that you tell us. After all, you have told us that you remove the memories of anyone who enters and so, I thought you would still take them. Temari's face of stone was matched by her fellows, but Hannah did reply to her statement. A case-by-case basis. If an undiscovered disease, pathogen, virus, or biological agent is present, then we may waive off such restrictions on a temporary basis. That, or critical emergencies. Sister Argento spoke of your home as a village paradise. Michelle began, drawing attention to her form as she continued. I am skeptical of her perception of it all, however. If you are so adamant about removing memories of those who enter your home, why not remove hers? Cheyenne answered that question with a soft smile. It was a group decision. We petitioned the security team to allow it. We did not want her to feel that we abandoned her and are still her friends. Both pure angels nodded, Gabriel beaming a megawatt smile, though Shikamaru added to the context. In all honesty, she wasn't all that troublesome. The only trouble for us is that she got really close to our youngest member and her mother. A Mrs. Kurenai and her daughter Mirai, yes? Michelle asks and watches as they all nod or stiffen. Both Azazel and Isaka perk up at the name, the angel smirked, and the kitsune gushed randomly. Ah, little Mirai. Such a cute little girl. Gabriel looked to the QB and asked, You know this Mrs. Kurenai and her daughter? The leader of Kyoto nodded with a smile, Yasaka offering. Yes. Kurenai is a lady's lady, refined and elegant in everything she does. Completely devoted to her daughter's well-being. Highly intelligent and even more so observant. A fine woman with a level head. The other ladies present nod along, though Shikamaru rolled his eyes. His sensei's widow is all that and far scarier than any of them even know. Well, besides the governor who's had the misfortune of making her mad. Speaking of said governor, he had a sheen of sweat coating his forehead at the initial mention of said individual. It was clear that Azazel was reliving the illusions he was trapped in for hours and left him nothing more than a drooling potato heap on the floor. None knew what he saw, but he would turn ashen white if she smiled at him or got too close to her. Some things are best left unsaid and unspoken. As for the joint training, Shikamaru cut into the idle girl talk like a spoon hitting ice cream, drawing all eyes to him and allowing Azazel to regain some color to his complexion. His dark eyes looked to Gabriel, then to Yasaka, and then adding, I believe that the Yukai are constructing specialist training grounds, based on our suggestions and recommendations from the few members of theirs we trained, correct? Yasaka nodded and informed. Indeed. Little Izuhara, Kosaku, Yaju, and even Suzu were rather excited to talk about the training your group put them through. They are eager to continue, if allowed back. As soon as the joint grounds are ready, they can continue their training there. Shikamaru stated calmly, before looking to Azazel and adding, As right now, we have a bunch of Grigori training with us at present. The governor nodded to him. Surprised was the only thing Azazel felt when he approached the hidden shrine earlier and saw them all. He plans on going back to supervise the training after this, as Naruto is gone for the weekend. It's been a while since he's been involved in training such youngsters within his forces, having never even considered it before. He's kind of giddy thinking on it. With a smirk, Azazel responds openly. Ah yes, I noticed them when I dropped by there on the way here. I am planning to oversee the young ones' training for a bit. They all seem motivated to be better and join the First Legion, the Night Wings. The dainty clapping of Gabriel drew all to her beaming smile as she cheered. How wonderful! Sharing your love with others and motivating them to change. How marvelous! Azazel too nodded with a bellowing laugh as he added. Honestly, you should see them, Gabriel. All serious and very professional. It's only been a week or two since they were there and already, they have picked up habits of these guys. It's remarkable. Habits? Michelle and Yasaka asked in unison, so the governor explained. My Nightwings split things between work and play, with everything falling into either category. When they work, they are focused and dedicated to the task at hand, professionally trained soldiers, diplomats, or doctors. The Yukai and Heaven members nod to that, but Temari cut in here. You have seriously oversimplified it. Azazel waved her off and continued. When at home and safe, they return to their play mindset. They socialize and play together, do whatever they please, and act more like typical Fallen. Hannah glared at the fool, stating firmly. We aren't typical Fallen and do not act like them in any capacity. Azazel chuckled nervously with arms up, offering back. My bad, but my point stands. Though he missed the deadpan Shikamaru gave Hannah, or the knowing smirk of Temari aimed at the Inuzuka who refused to acknowledge either and looked down at her notes to avoid suspicions about the fact they can be far worse than regular fallen at times. A noteworthy development, Yasaka commented thoughtfully. Gabriel and reluctantly Michelle nodded with that, as that was indeed a positive step forward. All fallen fell to their own desires of sin. If they can learn to contain or compartmentalize their sin to a high enough degree on duty, that would basically mean they can be trusted to perform their old duties with less in a way of restrictions on their actions. If done carefully, they may be more effective at protecting the light than even the pure angels, as the fallen would likely be able to connect with both church and non-church aligned humans far easier. Azazel continued to announce, "It isn't just them either," drawing all eyes to the blonde bang brunette as he exclaimed. "Since the implementation of the Legion system and the publication of the Top 10, and its accompanying points and reward systems, my forces are slowly getting more focused and stable." That was a surprise for everyone, none having known about this, with Gabriel asking an opening question to an inquiry she got recently. Brother, this Legion system, it is based on the same principle as these children, yes?" Upon his nod, she inquires further. "Then, does the second Dark Dove Legion request to join the Alliance mean anything to you?" Blinking olishly, Azazel thought on it before it hit him and recalls something Benamian told him when initializing the system. Looking to his sister, then to Yasaka, then to Shikamaru and Temari, the governor explained. "Well, actually, that makes sense, seeing as they are one of the sister legions to the Night Wings." Even Shikamaru sat straighter at that, looking to the shady angel and asking, "Sister legions? This is the first I've heard of this." Azazel nodded with arms crossed, leaning back as he explains. "Well, your leader is aware of it. Just not what it entailed fully yet. I am still working on that, but let me give you all a rundown of what I am aiming for." Everyone nodded, intrigued by this inside scoop from the horse's mouth. Azazel began lifting fingers. "The first Nightwing Legion, the second Dark Dove Legion, and the third Golden Orioles Legions make up my personal trio. My holy trinity, if you will." Michelle looked irked by that, but made no move to interject as the fallen seraph continued. "The first and oldest of the sisters, the Nightwings, are my eyes and ears, experts in intelligence gathering. They have a proven track record in observation, surveillance, and analysis, but flexible enough to act as needed to." Everyone nodded, so Azazel continued. "The middle child, the second eldest sister, the Dark Doves, are my muscle. If something needs to be done and overwhelming power and unprecedented coordination required, they are the ones I call upon." Shikamaru had been jotting things down while avoiding looking at his fellows. They all knew damn well that overwhelming power was their domain. They weren't going to say anything now though, and listened as Azazel finished. "The youngest of the sisters, the Golden Orioles, record and remember everything the first two do for later. The logistical backbone of the three and supporters in everything." He hadn't stopped grinning the entire time as the others slowly digested it. After a prolonged silence, Gabriel was the one to break it with, "So, we can begin trials with the second Legion too then?" "The short of it," Shikamaru confirmed with a sigh, that was so long-winded, but still, he hadn't been told about this development either. That being said, he hasn't really had much time to chat with Naruto since being thrusted into his new role, so there is that too. Out of curiosity, Michelle asked the fallen sibling of her lady, "Lord Azazel, how many of these legions do you have?" Without having to think about it, Azazel reports, "At current, about 357. But in all honesty, the only ones you should really know are the top 10. From 10 to 20 are the kind like the ones to take note of, but after 20 it is fine not to really know them beforehand." Nodding, Yasaka asked tentatively, "I don't suppose you have a list?" As if waiting for that specific question, Azazel dramatically pulled out a binding from seemingly nowhere and presented it to the table. Boldly written in that overly fancy font most people thought was cool in their childhood, was the words "Legions of the Fallen." The document was thick, paper fresh and enchanted, the cover simple yet elegant with an ebony base color with golden writing and detailing. After showing it off for a bit, Azazel answers, "In fact, Lady Yasaka, I do have such a list. All the Nightwings sighed at the governor's antics, both the flamboyance and the fact he was so willing to hand out potentially crucial information on a whim. Not this time. Azazel suddenly felt his whole body stiffen, locking up like a statue with not even his eyes able to move. Slowly, though, he twists towards the Nightwings where he saw Shikamaru with his eyes closed and Temari with her arm outstretched. Suddenly the 12-winged fallen dropped the book into the former Suna resident's hands as she sighed. I would have thought that you learnt your lesson from last time. Finally released, Azazel grumbled about stupidly strong subordinates ruining his gloating inside, replying to the woman. I was only going to name them and their cadres. The ones that can be trusted to begin working with them. Skeptical, Temari eyed up the man while checking over the first few legions and the information available. After a swift overview, she nodded before looking between the QB and the pure angels and asked, So, do you want to know? Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Lightning Office. Looking up from the latest supply manifest, Samui watches as Omo leads in a new face, a familiar face from their retraining. It took a moment before a name surfaced, and the commander of the Lightning Company spoke it. Sakaria-san, right? The new transfer. Surprised, Sakaria nodded stiffly and allowed her fellow 8-winger to eye her up swiftly. Due to Omo's advice, her long lacy black hair was in a low ponytail for this meeting. Her fallen armor was absent and was in normal human clothes, as most Nightwings saw the sorry excuse for armor as an insult to the term. So a modest black blouse that exposed her midriff and showed off her flawless olive skin and wide hips. Black cargo trousers and leather boots finish off her look with a duffel bag in hand at her side. When Samui's blue met the yellows of Sakaria, the commander of the Lightning Company asked coolly, Seeing as you are here, you wish to join the Lightning Company, yes? Upon the nod, she asks, Why? As the premier swordswoman of the Grigori, I felt like this was the best place for. Sakaria began but paused upon Samui's raised hand, allowing the commander to state bluntly, You're sleeping with Omoy, right? Omoy himself looked away, focused on his pop and the drawing of his home village on the wall. Sakaria took a moment, not looking away from the blonde, before nodding once and stating, I am yes. Nodding, Samui continued, Keep it to your off times and behind closed doors. I will not interfere with domestic issues, but if they spill into the other members of my unit then you will not like my decision. Am I clear? Bowing, Sakaria responded calmly. Thank you, ma'am. I will keep that in mind. Sighing, Samui waved her off as she returned to her paperwork while saying, Actions speak louder than words. Keep that in mind. I will. Sakaria responded swiftly as she rose back up and saw the blonde woman finishing off the current worksheet. Once done, the chesty blonde pulled out an empty scroll and began filling it out, then slid it across the table and Samui ordered, Fill this out. Taking the pen, Sakaria swiftly did so, but as she did, the blonde asks, Why not join the water company? They have more swordsmen and practice with them. After signing the bottom of the form, Sakaria slides it back to the still-seated woman and answered, Chojuro is a great swordsman, best I have seen, but his double-handed heavy sword style and mine are just incompatible with one another. I would not learn anything new there. Stamping the document, Samui nodded once and rolled up the scroll before placing it on the out pile. She then looked back to the newest arrival and spoke. I see. Well, in that case, welcome to the Lightning Company. Omoy will show you to his bunk, and until you are cleared by the Mitsukage, you are restricted to the public areas. Confused, Sakaria asks. Mitsukage. Light's shadow? Both Nightwing present nodded with Omoy explaining. The title we gave the boss. He's out on mission at the moment, and will be back come Monday. Sakaria nodded in understanding before Samui informed her. If you get cleared by him, a uniform will be granted, and we can finish processing your enrollment in the unit. Consider yourself provisionally accepted until then. Thank you. Sakaria reported with a smile, but Samui did not return it, and just nodded before looking at Omoy and ordering. Omoy, show her around the public places and inform the others of her status. Nodding, Omoy reported back. No sweat, Samui. Pulling out another pop from his gray hoodie's pocket to offer it to his no longer secret fling. Taking it, Sakuria unwrapped it and followed her lover's lead out of the office towards the Lightning Company's barracks to begin settling in. Just one last step before she joins the premier fighting force of the Grigori. Report 22nd steps. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Fabrication Station 1. Kuratsuchi came into the somewhat packed building of the primary armory to find Tenten and Karui watching her genin gush over objects on the workstation. As she reaches the two weapon users, the cadre asks, "What's going on?" Glancing over, both ladies nod before Karui answers. "Pinky brought us a new toy to play with." A risen brow was Kuratsuchi's wordless response to the casual gear-wearing caramel-skinned woman. Tenten added more information by informing, "Remember that kitsune with that illness? The chakra one." Upon seeing the nod from her fellow brunette, she continued, "Well, Sakura and Omoi came up with a new idea for it. It seems to crystallize chakra within a being, so why not try use it to create something outside the body?" Grinning, Kuratsuchi responded, "Crystallized chakra weapons? There were plenty of attempts back home due to the Uzumaki bloodline's effectiveness. Never got it off the ground though." Karui nodded, her golden eyes locked on the crudely created dinner knife and the lump of crystal next to it as she spoke. "I think we tried it too, but seeing as we are talking about it like this, TSK, nothing came of it." She looked to the head of the stone company and added, "That is until now." Pointing to the objects, and Kuratsuchi followed the gesture before stepping forward, the two ladies on her heel and the genin parted like the Red Sea to allow them through. Reaching the misty, luminescent like green collection of jagged small rocks and improvish small knife, Kuratsuchi observes them critically. They appear as if glass at first glance, but the closer you look, the more fine grains you can make out, just barely discolored and distinguishable against the bare metal workbench. Though, after a few moments of this, the former stone jonin asks, "Are they safe to touch?" "Yeah, Sakura said they're inert now and not infectious." Tenten reports and got a nod as Kuratsuchi picked up the palm-sized gemstone-like rock, the largest of them, and was somewhat surprised at the weight of it. Rather, the lack of weight. With a few soft tosses that barely forced it out of her hand to judge the weight exactly, Kuratsuchi then offered, "Really lightweight. Then again, it is chakra, right? Sakura's to be exact." "That it is," Karui informed with a nod, though her eyes fall onto the small blade still on the desk and speaks. "You should check the blade too. It's crudely made, but it serves as proof." Placing the solidified chakra down, Kuratsuchi takes the small blade, barely the size of her finger, and attempts to slice the side of the workbench. With a bit of effort on her part, it cuts into the solid 3-inch, cast steel core, hardened reinforced steel surface. With a risen brow, she muttered, "Impressive. Right?" The others present all said in unison, and the cadre glances back at them. Kuratsuchi asks further, "How was this made exactly? Can we mass produce it? What is needed to?" "Calm down," Tenten states with an awkward chuckle. This reaction was the same as hers when Sakura originally brought it out and presented it to them an hour ago. After getting a nod from her superior, she explains, "From what Sakura has told us, she has more cultures being developed in her lab with minor variations between them. Those are a part of the first batch." Kuratsuchi nodded and asked, "So, are they all using her chakra?" Nodding back, Karui replied, "They are, yes. Which is why she's getting some shut-eye right now. By the time she gets up, the other batches should be ready too. We're just testing these to see what improvements we should look for." "Improvements? I just cut. They are rather brittle, and not very tough," Tenten informed, cutting the granddaughter of the third Sachikage off abruptly, while pointing to the table over where two other small blades were placed and shattered into a few pieces much like glass. Seeing this, Kuratsuchi nodded in contemplation before looking back down at the small thin blade in hand and spoke. "This seems to be perfect for us. If we can make these weapons from our chakra, then our supply issue will be resolved in the same manner." They all nod to that, though Karui countered, "Assuming they stay out of our enemies' hands." That's a good point. Tenten confirmed that with a nod and side eye, before looking back at Kuratsuchi and continued. This could either be a boon or a bane. If word got out about the production of these blades, and if they proved powerful enough, we and the Yukai could be in for a rough time. Kuratsuchi nodded to that absent-mindedly, just another target on their back upon the numerous others. But they are shinobi. They will not yield. Grinning, she looked to the weapons specialist and replied. Come now, Panda-chan, we got this. Taking a very heavy breath to try not lose her cool, Tenten slowly reopens her eyes and rests her other hand on her hip and stated strongly. That is not the point. As a weapon expert, I know full well what could happen if this technology gets out. The arms race would be catastrophic. Shrugging, Kuratsuchi rebuffs. Hardly. We are already one of the most dangerous factions this world has seen. Have backing from both the Yukai and Shinto gods. Not mentioning our own faction, the mainline Grigori. Grinning, Karui looks to the former Leaf Kunoichi and offered. She's right. Besides those fucker devils, who would be stupid enough to actually try take us on? Shrugging after that and not getting an answer, she presses. Besides, they'd have to find us first, right? Kuratsuchi then added. Considering that not even the Shinto gods can see us, despite being on their effective doorstep, I don't think that will change anytime soon either. We just have to be vigilant when it comes to coming and going, not getting ambushed in the field, and maybe not allowing any of our gear to be left behind. Tenten knew all of this already and was going to capitulate the point, but Karui continued. Besides, I am sure the boss has a solution to that with those fancy seals of his. Like a brake seal, explosive tag, or something. Arg. I get it. Tenten declared to the ceiling, letting out a loud huff as she folded her arms and glared at them all before adding. I won't complain anymore. But if this comes to bite us in the ass, then it's on you. Grinning, Kuratsuchi and Karui nod to that before the former looked back down at the small dagger, and her mind contemplated the numerous possibilities it represented. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Thank you for the information, Temari-chan. Gabriel cheered, looking to the blonde who closed the book and placed it down. Azazel's grumbling went ignored as Yusaka placed down her tea, knowing that Tialara was scribing this meeting down, and spoke. Indeed. Most enlightening. Letting out a sigh, Azazel then asked. Is there anything else we need to cover? Perking up, recalling something important, Gabriel looks to her brother and spoke. Actually, there is one thing that I would like to ask of you, or, more specifically, the Nightwings. This got everyone's attention, none more than said Nightwings, who sat straighter and leaned on the long oak table, Temari nodding and saying, We are listening. Smiling softly, Gabriel nods, then explains. Well, Michael, Raphael and I were talking about the children who sin accidentally, lose their way by mistake, and are excommunicated from the church. A few risen brows from across the Nightwings, who share brief side eyes, but Azazel's face darkened, having come across plenty of said individuals in his long life. Normally, tragic stories await them that even he cannot save them from. When we were discussing your uniqueness among our council of seraphim, it was suggested that we should guide them to your door for guidance. Gabriel explained calmly, and Azazel's eyes widened at that. At both the fact that the bulk of his siblings had agreed, and the simple fact that he hadn't thought of that either. The Nightwings are a perfect combination of both sides of the spectrum and do not quickly judge on words or assume the worst. They observe actions, watch for patterns, and then they make their own decisions based on what they see. Their morals are fundamentally different too, so they are more flexible than most. Shikamaru broke the man from his thoughts by speaking. You want us to take in the innocent people your subordinates throw out? Am I understanding that right? His voice was calm, controlled, but the fact that it lacked his usual lazy drawl might suggest that he is a little less annoyed and more angered by the way he was understanding this. This, unfortunately, was only picked up by his fellows, and Temari, for a change, was hoping for him to not get too worked up here. Shyly, Gabriel nodded with a slight frown as she continued. We are not the rulers of mankind, but shepherds. We can only guide them, so ultimately, they are free to do as they wish, and we cannot interfere with that. A rather convenient way to absolve yourself from responsibility, Hana says lowly, her own anger stemming from the thought of abandoning one of your own from a simple mistake. They happen to the best of them, and one can only grow stronger from it. Why throw away such promising individuals? I am sure Lady Gabriel will explain. Cheyenne spoke gently, looking over the others with her, and with a smile, they all seemed to calm down a bit. Azazel, despite wanting to push his normal bit about the reasons for him leaving the club up high, and how his organization has collected these people, kept silent. It just seemed inappropriate for the moment. Inclining her head to the maiden of the shrine, Gabriel did indeed explain. Yes, well, that is why we all agreed to this proposal. Why we left little Asia in your capable hands. From the talk I have had with her, short as may have been, she was well taken care of and is overjoyed to have been welcomed so openly. With a risen brow, Temari asks. She was a test? Not directly. Gabriel clarified quickly, shaking her head but continued. She really was in danger. A young devil of the Astaroth house has been targeting sisters of the church, turning them and getting them excommunicated purposefully, then corrupting them. Cheyenne recoiled at that. Azazel's clenched hands tightened, and the others' present eyes hardened. What kind of messed up thing is that? The most beautiful woman in heaven nodded solemnly, understanding their anger at such actions, and she felt terrible for the lost ones. Hana, though, spoke first with a knife-like undertone that promised pain. I don't suppose you want us to track down this foul beast? Looking to her fellows, both Shikamaru and Temari nodding their agreement before looking back between the two pure angels and finishing. I have a few people who wouldn't mind the hunt. We also have far less things holding us back. Shikamaru added to the statement, his mind going over the reports he has read and continued to formulate the best attack plan. Maybe a pinpoint strike within the devil territory, and recover anything from the Nibiru's house while they were at it. 2 birds and 1 stone. He'll mention it to Naruto when he gets back. Seeing how worked up these children were getting at the shameful actions against the innocent, people they did not even know or have any interest in, warmed Gabriel and Michelle's hearts, and trust in them grew. Though, the Seraph had to cut in before they started a war over one devil. Your compassion is wonderful to see, but we are handling it. Yasaka was watching this with a small amount of amusement. From the looks of Shikamaru, who she was rapidly coming to understand, he likely already has a plan of action, and was more than ready to start a war. Looking to the dogkin, Hana her name is, she looks ready to actually hunt down this devil, and won't stop until she's caught him. Impressive and commendable. Idly, she wondered how they would react if one of hers went missing. Yasaka tuned back, and when Temari spoke again. Very well. We shall leave it to you, however, if you are in need of a... She thought about how to word it to not come off as bloodlust incarnate, but Cheyenne had it in hand. Less than gentle approach, I am sure we can offer some assistance. As for the other matter, I am sure we can find uses for the banished members of your church. So please send them our way, and I will see to it that they are safe. Beaming, Gabriel nodded, and Michelle offered a soft smile. Who knew that one of the shrine could be so gracious? Idly, though, both pure angels were wondering how having such a maiden would affect the systems they have in heaven. She is of the fallen, but her aura is almost as pure and strong as most 6 or 8-winged pure angels. A truly baffling concept. Yasaka hadn't stopped thinking about having her fellow shrine maiden around in her shrine. She wondered if the Shinto pantheon were aware of her, or if they would be accepting of her retaking the station under them. Then again, there must be a reason why Naruto kept her under wraps and away from the numerous shrines. Also, how could she forget what he said regarding the naming of their home? The village hidden among the shrines was in tribute to both her and Cheyenne. How did that slip by her? Gabriel's speaking brought Yasaka back to the room, looking to the Seraph as she spoke. Then I shall pass on the good news to my brother Michael and program the system to send Dreams of Kyoto to guide the lost here. How will you find them? Michelle asks, having decided to limit her own input until now, but she thinks that these Nightwings, not fallen but Nightwings, are possibly trustworthy enough to fulfill this task. Shikamaru responded to that one. Shouldn't be too hard. The Shinto religion is pretty big here, Spotting a churchgoer is a simple affair. Or you could just tell us, Temari quipped, with a risen brow, and the two pure nod to that with Gabriel asking, Is there any way to contact you? We do not know where you live after all. Yasaka speaks up now, stating confidently, Shikamaru and Temari both have offices here in the palace. Any of the guards at the gate can pass the message on. Nodding, Gabriel replied with a smile. I see, then we look forward to working with you all. Downtown. Exiting a store in the middle of town, Naruto leads the still rather contemplative Hanabi back home while carrying sweets, snacks, and odd knickknacks for the house that Shizuka had asked them to get. The movie marathon was on hold until they returned as they had run out of popcorn and snacks near the end of Silent Voice. Seeing the distracted Hyuga, Naruto asked softly, What's on your mind, Hanabi-chan? Blinking a few times before looking up at him, Hanabi was slow to respond and did so still rather distractedly. Well, Ni-chan, I was wondering if I should learn sign language too. It seems like a useful tool to have, just in case. Looking both ways before crossing the street, Naruto hummed as they reached the other side and then responded. I think we all probably should. A lot of people probably have because of that movie. Nodding too, Hanabi hummed as she walked beside her brother and looked around at the park they were traveling through. It wasn't very big, but there was a fountain in the middle and a lot of grass around, with trees lining the path and a small forest too. Might be a good place for a picnic. Just as they were about to return to the street, and Hanabi was about to voice her thoughts, Naruto pulled his distracted sister back, clear of a tripping teenager, and watched him slide to a stop before her. Looking around, the male blonde wondered what the hell did this guy trip over, not seeing anything. Groaning from the brown-haired boy drew Naruto's attention to him, watching as he slowly pushed himself up and grumbling about those idiots not wanting to chat to girls. That caused Hanabi to step behind her brother slowly, peeking out at the boy as he dusted himself down. After a moment, with eyes of steel, Naruto asks, You okay? Snapping up, the boy seemed surprised by the presence, or maybe of the question, and replied swiftly, Yeah, my bad. Sorry if I almost hit you. Nodding, but not releasing his intensity, Naruto responded, Well, you seem to have tripped over something, so I would like to think that was the case. You should be more careful, you know. Chuckling nervously, the boy nodded before noticing the second blonde hiding behind the guy, and his breath hitched. Her pale skin, brilliant blue eyes on a delicate, almost noble face, and long blonde hair paired with a killer body to boot. Like a princess with massive. Clearing his throat, Naruto asked, Why are you staring at my sister like that, pervert? Squeaking, the boy stammered backwards, tripping over his own feet and hitting his head against the lamppost on his haste to get back. That, however, caused a slight, barely noticeable, shimmer of dragon aura to leak out, and now Naruto's eyes narrowed. He wouldn't have picked it up if they hadn't been this close. So this is one of the two dragon gears Hanabi had detected recently. She wasn't kidding, this thing is powerful considering it's still in a dormant state. The boy, though, having rubbed his head from the impact, finally stood back up and spoke. Sorry about that, it was my bad. I didn't mean to offend. Quirking a brow, Naruto asked as he had returned to his protective older brother role. Offend? You were staring pretty intently at my baby sister. You know how rude that is to do in front of her brother? Gulping visibly, the boy threw up his hands and then bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Forgive my rudeness. Sighing, Naruto nodded before gesturing to leave. Whatever, just go. We have a movie to catch. Nodding furiously, the teen did just that and rushed off. Though Naruto saw him reach the corner and glance back at Hanabi before meeting his gaze again, panicking and rushing off again. After seeing the boy gone, he sighed and then Hanabi spoke. That was one of them, Ni-chan. Yeah, I figured. Naruto confirmed, sensing the flicker of chakra from her eyes deactivating. The reason she hid behind him at first, as he adds. Sensed a light pulse of dragon magic when he hit his head. There's some residue left behind. Hanabi informs and the older blonde nodded, sensing it still as he whispered, "I'll clear it as we go. Anyone watching?" "No." Hanabi stepping into line with her brother, who used a chain with lightning speed to disperse the dragon aura that slipped out and returned to his hoodie sleeve. None saw it, and would not suspect them either. Namikaze's estate. Later that night, glancing up from the shoulder she was resting against, Shizuka saw that Naruto was looking to the opposite side where Hanabi was sleeping on his left arm. The group had literally been watching anything they could and had binge-watched an anime about a slime. They hadn't gotten halfway through the first season yet, but it was interesting. After observing the fact that the twins were both sleeping too, a head on each of Naruto's legs, that Yaja had already gone to bed, Shizuka sits up and draws the only other conscious person's attention. She stretches out and yawns, knowing full well that he was watching, and smiled briefly before turning back to him and whispering softly, "We should put them in their beds." Nodding subtly, Naruto looks to the two twins on his legs, and the Nadeshiko Kunoichi smirks before creating a single shadow clone. Together, the two Shizukas collected a twin each and allowed the male blonde to scoop up his snoozing sister. With stealth this world has yet to witness, all three girls were put to bed with the greatest of care taken. Standing in the doorway of the younger teen's room, Shizuka watches as Naruto watches the young Hyuga sleeping peacefully, clearing her content face of a few rogue strands of blonde hair that have no right to rebel at current. Though eventually he stood from the bed and the girl began to frown in her sleep. Unfolding her arms as he approached, Shizuka stepped back and allowed him to exit, then closed the door behind him. With only a look shared between them, Shizuka knew to follow him and did so until they reached the kitchen on the ground floor. Neither spoke until they both had cups of green tea and sat at the table. The kunoichi was staring down into her cup as Naruto finished his first sip, and when his reached the table again, he spoke. "Why do you take this assignment, Shizuka?" Looking to him with those stunning emerald eyes, that seemed to glow in the low light of the room, Shizuka knew better than to lie to him right now, and so spoke softly. "To get close to Hanabi, gain an opportunity to be with you away from your girlfriends, and maybe even convince you that I can be more than just your bodyguard." She smiled softly, like always. Naruto muses before he sighed but nodded, glad she's being upfront about it. Looking into his own cup now, he asked her, "Is that why you cooked dinner? Playing the perfect housewife?" Smiling into her drink, Shizuka nodded and replied softly, "Kunoichi 101. All men find domestically competent women attractive naturally. One of the courses we take back home for infiltration missions." Amusement flickered across his eyes. Naruto looks up at her own vibrant greens and asked, "I don't suppose you shared that information with the others?" Smirking, Shizuka replied casually with a shrug. "Well, it is common knowledge to all kunoichi. I wouldn't have to if they were trained correctly." Humming as he lifted his tea to his lips once more, the blonde supposed that only the leaf kunoichi weren't trained properly in that regard then, as none, to his knowledge, seemed to be aware of that. He's seen Tenten's place, heard about Sakura's home habits from Kiba, and witnessed how carefree Ino can be with his own living space. Idle speculation aside, Naruto nodded to his company as she too takes a sip as he spoke. "Look, Shizuka." Swallowing quickly, Shizuka rose a hand to stop him, sensing what he was about to say. Once her throat was cleared, she responded, "Naruto. We get it. You already have Ino, Cheyenne and Hana, from what I figured." His heavy sigh paused her prepared speech, and slowly, carefully, she looked up to see his stern look. After a moment of silence, Naruto informed her, "What I am about to say is to be kept from the others. Am I clear?" The former queen nodded, so he placed down a privacy tag, and after the bubble of silence engulfed them did the blonde speak again. "It isn't just Hana, but all the Inuzuka women. That's crazy." "Yeah." Naruto chuckled breathlessly, tight smile, and then he sighed, shaking his head before looking back at his opponent and saying, "But the real crazy thing is, I have and can handle them all." More than a slight red painted the kunoichi's cheeks at that admission, handling 5 physically strong kunoichi at the same time. Naruto seeing this sighed again, and continued his confession. "The thing is, Shizuka, is that before coming here, I never even considered this kind of thing. All I was thinking about was protecting my people and being Hokage. Now. He takes a sip of his tea to try calm his nerves. Though, that allowed Shizuka to think about things from his perspective but still listened as Naruto continued to vent. I love Ino. I understand that as we grew closer during the war. We were good friends before it, and we built on top of that. Cheyenne was different, she just cared, and after everything we went through. Sighing again, he dragged his eyes up to meet her soft ones. He offered a half smile. After a moment, Shizuka spoke up. You know, I could probably have any guy I want, right? Chuckling, Naruto nodded and replied. I am aware of that, yes. A point of pride for you of Nadeshiko. Nodding with a soft smile, Shizuka continued her finger tapping of her cup. Ren and I have been friends for a long time and know we are highly sought after. We have perfect curves and large breasts and cute faces and everything. Get to the point, Shizuka. Naruto sighed, feeling like she was dragging this on a bit and laying on the self-praise a bit thick. Giggling, Shizuka does so and says, Well, long story short, I have always been looked at in a specific way. Even after our fight back then. I have come across many men who only see me and want one thing. Smiling in a way that seemed unique to her, Shizuka finished by saying, You were different. You faced me as a fellow shinobi. You took me seriously, helped me confront my problems, and then let me know of my own strengths and dreams. Pointed the way for me to go and trusted in me to see it done. She took a few moments to finish her cup and then looked dead into his slit blue eyes when saying, Your words to me back then have been my guiding principle. Carried me in my darkest days, and then, when I couldn't stand any more, you swooped in and held me up. It was a war, Shizuka. Naruto stated flatly, his face stony, recalling that losing battle and how much they lost during it. He continued softer. I wasn't going to let a friend die when I could have helped it. Smiling beautifully, Shizuka nodded and stated, That's my point. You literally came to the rescue of my family, diving headfirst into that hell just to save me. I liked you before then, but you holding me for the days after is when I fell in love with you. You never asked me for anything, just supported me and understood my loss. Fiddling with his own cup, Naruto couldn't look at her, as he felt that he failed everyone back then, but she did not stop. So yes, I am in love with you. My transformation may have intensified it. The fact that you are the strongest man around adds to it, and you being you just makes it easier. Shizuka shrugged carefully before offering. Who knows? If things had turned out differently, we may have already been married and have a family already. Finally looking at her, Naruto contemplates that confession and, with his knowledge of world traveling, he supposed it was possible. In another reality, among the dunes of Wind Country, another version of the duo was sat around a campfire with a quad-bun blonde curled up in the tails of a six-tailed kitsune, who sneezed suddenly along with the ravenet. Sensing the cold settling in, she got up and joined the blonde under the tails of the ever-warm kitsune and husband of hers. It is certainly a possibility, Naruto proposed as he lifts his cup towards his mouth but pauses as he asks. Then, what about Ren-chan? Shizuka chuckled awkwardly, cupping the warm container in hand a little tighter as she offered softly. Well, Ren is a bit intense at times. I thought. No, we are, kinda. Shizuka cut in, and he hummed, so she added quickly. It's just she's... Sighing, the Nadeshiko just decided to be blunt about it. The only time Ren doesn't want to get it on is when she is getting it on. Naruto snorted, shaking his head and muttering. Reminds me of a few others. He paused to sip and clear his throat before adding. Then, wouldn't I be an inconvenience to your relationship? Shaking her head, Shizuka reports swiftly. The opposite, in fact. She wants nothing more than to jump your bones. Heck, I think she dreams of you more than me. A small pout formed, but it didn't last as the kunoichi added, seemingly offhandedly. You're probably the only guy she wants to have kids with. That caused Naruto to stiffen significantly, enough to catch the woman's attention and grow concerned. Letting out a sigh so heavy, the table seemed to groan under it, He looks dead into his subordinate's face and reveals. Samui is pregnant. Shizuka's eyes widened at that, a surprise to be sure, as none of them had ever seen her with anyone, and pushed her to ask. Who's the father? I have never seen her with. Me. Naruto informed, and now she nearly fell back off her chair, shocked to silence. Chuckling with a lack of mirth, he nodded and explained. Yeah, I know what you are thinking, and yes, it caught me off guard too, but we hooked up once. It's a bit of a mess right now. I can imagine, Shizuka whispered as she leaned back forward on her elbows resting against the table. With a breath, Naruto continued. That, however, has brought up several questions to the public forum. Like, we can't survive long-term as a closed-off group. He informed the kunoichi, who went quiet to think on that. Finishing his cup, Naruto deactivated the privacy barrier and got up to grab the teapot. Silence ruled while new tea was prepared, snacks retrieved, and thoughts rushed. When both sat back down, barrier back up, Shizuka finally asked. How bad? There are only 69 of us, counting little Mirai. That is not enough to sustain us alone. Naruto informed calmly, and Shizuka nodded, knowing this, so he continued. All I know is that we are going to have to start trusting others and let them into our circle. We are all uncomfortable with the idea, so don't give me that face. Staring at her frowning face that vanishes behind her teacup. After it dropped, Naruto continued. I suspect that Sakura, Hana, and Shikamaru will have a plan forming, but there are many unknowns right now. Will our traits pass down to our offspring? Will our chakra network and density be compatible? He shrugged, as these were just some of the questions he's thought on, but Shizuka just stared at him with all seriousness and said firmly with a familiar conviction. If I have to have children, Naruto, they will be yours and yours alone. Do you understand me? Groaning, Naruto tried to argue. You can't be. She glared at him. For the first time, she was fully glaring at him and spoke dangerously. Do not give me that, Naruto Uzumaki. You saved me twice and made me fall in love with you after I thought I would never love another. Do not throw me away now, just because it is inconvenient for you. Swallowing nothing at all, Naruto took a moment to gather himself before glaring back just as fiercely. Don't think you can order me around, Shizuka. I never even thought about throwing away anyone. I just want everyone to be happy, and you have a funny way of showing it. She whispered, but he heard and sighed again. Taking several sips, Naruto spoke again. Ino, Cheyenne, Samui, the Inuzuka, and now you. How am I meant to handle all that? You're forgetting the two vixens. Shizuka corrected with a smile back on her face, and he sighed at that, recalling Sei's rather forward expression of intent. Though that also reminded him about the other important thing that came up. Naruto got serious really quickly and informed her. Another thing that you should be aware of. Seeing the seriousness of her love interest, Shizuka sat straighter and nodded, so he continued. Preliminary investigation suggests that we are far more fertile than our Grigori counterparts. Basically, human levels of fertility, but with the benefits of being fallen angels. It didn't take long for the implications to hit Shizuka, and it was clear that she understood very well by the way she paled, and how hard she did. Nodding grimly, Naruto added. This is to be kept at the highest level of secrecy, double S rank, and none outside the command, medical, and research staff are aware of this. We must tread incredibly carefully to not let it be known that we do. Sipping her tea several times to try calm down and collect herself, Shizuka finally swallowed and nodded softly repeatedly, clearly in total agreement with the decision. Though after several long seconds of silence, she whispered. What about Hanabi? Should you not? Why do you think I am telling you this under a barrier? Naruto whispered, staring at her blankly, and she nodded slowly. The young Hyuga is so focused on her mission and not messing up, that this might just be too much to think about right now. Plus, she's young, kids and stuff isn't on her mind yet. Give it a few years. After a long pause, Shizuka whispered. Then, say if I want to have... No. Naruto cut her off sharply, with eyes narrowed on her, and she glared back at him. but before she could snap off something, he spoke first. "We are seriously short-handed right now, Shizuka. I can't afford to lose you right now." The vulnerability in his voice at the end, the concern and worry within it was enough to kill off her retort. Biting her tongue, Shizuka nodded slowly and then took a moment to sip her tea. After a minute of silent tea consumption, she asked, "But that isn't a no, right?" Naruto did not even dignify that with a look as she smiled suggestively at him, knowing full well he was purposely avoiding answering. Chuckling lightly, daintily even, Shizuka continued pressing this point. "I can just imagine what our kids would look like. Before, they'd probably be blondes like you used to be or black-haired like myself. Maybe a mixture of both." In an alternative reality, 2 almost 3-year-olds sneezed and their second mother brought them into a loving hug to comfort them. Their parents were currently out on a mission and are due back in a week or so. Shizuka continued her exploration of a maybe. "Now, I think they would definitely inherit my looks. Your eyes, though. Though, the girls would grow up to look more like me. I'll train them to be the best sharpshooters." "Gah, Shizuka, you're impossible," Naruto griped, glaring at the woman who seemed to be nothing but amused at his outburst. Though, in the next breath she added, "I am serious though, Naruto. Yes, I can have anyone, but anyone isn't you. So..." He rose a hand to stop her before speaking. "Save it for another time. Somewhere within the safety of home. Where your girlfriend is, right?" Shizuka asks with a knowing smile, and again, he did not respond verbally. Naruto just stood up and deactivated the barrier, thus ending the conversation. He really did not need another thing to worry about now. He had way too much on his plate right now without making another promise he was not sure how or if he could keep. After cleaning up in silence, Shizuka followed Naruto up towards the bedrooms and he stopped just outside Hanabi's room. She placed a hand on his arm that rested on the handle and whispered, "You can share with me." Looking to her, Naruto shook his head softly as he replied, "Next time. I promised after all." "Is that a promise to me then?" Shizuka asked delicately, and he knew he shouldn't, but he nodded, so she released his arm. With a soft smile, she whispered, "Good night, Naruto-kun." "Good night, Shizuka." Naruto replied just as softly before heading inside. After closing the door behind him, he moved carefully to the bed holding the little sister he has since gained through the madness that is his life, and climbed in. As if sensing him do so, the snoozing teen immediately latched onto him and started smiling while snuggling into his warmth. This made Naruto smile and chuckle as he hugged her back, cuddling into her smaller frame while staring at the ceiling and wondering, "How will this all turn out?" Park. Another sunshine-filled day led the Namikaze troop to have a picnic in the park, like a few other families, and if you ask her, Hanabi would say today has been one of the greatest yet. First, her brother kept her promise to stay with her all day and night. When she fell asleep, he was hugging her. When she awoke back in her room, she found him hugging her still. Best start she has had recently. Now, upon her suggestion from yesterday, her cool older brother convinced everyone to have lunch in the park and have a picnic like she's always wanted. If Hanabi did not know any better, she could be convinced it was her birthday, it was that great a day. Though, as she finished her drink, the Hyuga overhears her brother talking with the twins. "So, Anayali, what do you do when you are free to do as you please?" Thinking about it, sharing a look, Anai and Lee then both looked at Naruto and replied, "Lays about the house. House cats much." Yaju chuckled, getting a glare from both sisters. Shizuka decided to offer her own to Ryo. "I personally work on dance or weapon handling. Actually, weapon maintenance too. You can never go wrong with sharpening knives. Therapeutic." Naruto replied dryly, and she smiled sweetly. It irked Hanabi something fierce, and so, she added, "I practice my kata my Nichan showed me. Watch." Jumping up, the young Hyuga moved ahead of the group and began going through the novice-level katas slowly and precisely, whilst under the studious gaze of the Uzumaki. Though, the way she was doing it made it seem more like a dance than a fighting style, but again, that was part of the effectiveness of the swirling fist. part of the unpredictability of it. Unfortunately for both Namake's siblings, a certain trio of boys had spotted the young Hyuga performing said dance and couldn't look away. They watched her smoothly move from one move to the next, with an elegance that hid its deadly nature as it should and is designed to. Without thinking, they approached the babe to try get a closer look, and a camera was raised, but the sound of a branch breaking froze them still. That, and the feeling of death clutching their throats, as they suddenly realized the girl was gone, and in her place was a guy who was staring at them, his blue eyes screaming danger. The brown-haired boy from yesterday was pushed forward as his two friends dipped out quick, not wanting to get their ass beat. Falling flat on his face at the guy's feet, a second time in a row, the boy mumbled as he got up. "Seriously, Matsuda, Motohana. Pushing me like that. We meet again, perverted guy." Naruto muttered lowly, arms crossed as the average-looking teen got back to his feet and sighed, looking up at the taller blonde before replying. "If you're going to kick my ass, make it quick. I need to go beat my two friends up after this so." Amused, Naruto looked to his left, leading the teen's gaze to see that goddess from before, from the cafe, and sitting beside twins and the princess. The civilian felt like he was about to pass out when the blonde asks, "What do you think, guys? Kick his ass or let him go?" The twins cheer immediately. "Kick his ass! This is strike number 3. Yasuo commented as he was sky-gazing at the back of the group, enjoying the sun and soft breeze. With a glance over, revealing his blue eyes, he added, "I say kick his ass. You guys are so gun-ho." Shizuka sighs exasperatedly, though broke into a heart-stopping smile at the human boy, and Naruto swore he heard the boy's heart stop for a solid 5 seconds, breath too, as she added, "It was an innocent mistake, right? Just let the poor boy go." Casually sidestepping the fainting teen, Naruto looks to the final member of their group, and Hanabi shrugged while offering, "Just put him somewhere else." Nodding, Naruto picked up the now passed-out boy and dragged him away towards a nearby bench, discreetly placing a suppression tag on his back, where his heart should be to mask the leaking dragon aura. Idly, the secret cadre took note that he was about 5'7" and about 140 pounds. After that was done, Naruto returned to the group and they enjoyed the rest of their time together by going shopping, then exploring the town. Both Shizuka and Yasuo managed to get jobs at a clothing shop in town. The owner apparently loved her model-like appearance. Naruto rolled his eyes at her smug smile when that was said. Yasuo, though, was embarrassed when the owner called him a stereotypically attractive silver fox archetype. The twins found it amusing too, though the others understood after it was explained to them. It seems the kitsune is already in his middle age. Though it didn't last, as they spotted several disguised fallen in town that they did not know. They made no indication to have spotted, known them, or even noticed them. Naturally, Naruto was more than a little annoyed by their presence here. Though, the guy was pretty distinctive with that large hat of his. Namake's estate. After another binge of anime, the family all went to bed, but this wouldn't last as Naruto was awoken by his phone going off. This shifted Hanabi around and causing her to frown, but her brother answered. "Yeah. Gaki, kinda in trouble and need a hand." That woke Naruto up fully, snapping up as he asks, "Anko. I told you, recon only?" As he wedged the phone between his shoulder and face, replacing his pajamas with his combat cargoes while listening to her reply. "Yeah, the thing is, I managed to capture the base leader, right?" "Capture? Anko, you are on your own and—" I know, you can." The sound of explosions can be heard, the distinct sound of light spears punching through metal, and would before Anko continued. "Spank me later, just help me please." Naruto had just zipped up his black hoodie over his armored mesh undershirt when he replied. "Activate your tag. I have to teleport twice to get to you. Give me a minute at most." "Thanks, we appreciate it. You are so in trouble when we get back." Naruto griped, and she chuckled lowly, muttering out, Yeah, I know. Thanks again." The line dropped and he sighs, looking down at the frowning Hanabi. Closing in and bending down beside the bed, he whispered, I'll be back in a few hours, Amato. Sit tight. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, and that seemed to pacify the snoozing princess, allowing him to leave as silently as one might expect of a wartime shinobi. Entering the kitchen, Naruto moves the dinner table and the mat beneath it to reveal the inscribed transfer circle, modified to be untraceable and undetectable through the devil-made barrier that encompassed the town. It was a lot smaller than the standard and many Nightwing issue modifications had been made to it, but it worked well for a first draft. Though, before he could activate it, a voice came from the doorway. She won't forgive you. Looking over to see Shizuka leaning against the door in a black nightgown that she was holding closed, her green eyes boring into his blues. Smiling half-heartedly, Naruto replied just as softly. I'm coming back here to walk her to school. Just need to save an irresponsible idiot of ours, give them a dressing down, and get back here for breakfast. Shizuka kept a blank face despite his smile and asked, Is that a promise? It's my intention. Naruto replied as the magic spun up, the golden light illuminating his form and the magic pressure causing his hair to float gently. Unconvinced, Shizuka asked again, Is that a promise? Seeing where this was going and not wanting it to drag on, Naruto nodded and replied, It's a promise. Nodding too, Shizuka replied with a softer expression that wasn't quite a smile. Then, good luck and come home soon. Just then the transfer magic flashed, and he vanished back to the village, the only place the circle can teleport to. It was a first leg, and the second leg was directly to the tag his target was about to place. Sendai, Fallen Base Camp. As the flash died down, Naruto gave a quick glance around. An office? In the next heartbeat, he sensed a large group of fallen angels radiating nothing but hostility beyond the boarded-up windows and a smaller group of about 7 unknowns surrounding him directly. Finally, he looked down to find an injured Anko, smiling up at him while clutching the right side of her abdomen, offering him a soft, Hey Gaki! There is so much wrong with this. Naruto began as he fired off a chain in a new opening in the board-covered window and killed the fallen, via bladed tip through the throat. He yanked it back out as he looked back down to the tench-coated woman and growled, But again, we will deal with that after we get out. Nodding her thanks, Anko gestured to the 8-winged fallen laying paralyzed by her side and explained, This is our target. The girls around here are my subordinates. Looking from the still form of the fallen, then to the 7 women all around the room, some of which had snake-like tails instead of legs, he nodded as he looked back at Anko and asked, Everyone with you? Anko nodded as he kneeled down to inspect the wound, and she explained, Yeah, the girls here have been a big help. I promised them sanctuary, figured you wouldn't mind. As Naruto was healing the wound with the Iryo ninjutsu, Hana insisted he learn, just enough to ensure she didn't pass out mid-transfer, he asks. Why weren't they in your reports then, huh? Or the fact you were assaulting a fucking base? Chuckling herself into a wince, earning a growl from him, Anko offered back softly, You wouldn't have agreed to this. Not alone I wouldn't. Naruto agreed as he finished up and pulled her to her feet. He finished after supporting her against his side. I would have sent help or come myself. Sighing, Anko replied. And ruined the fun. He gave her that damn look and she looked away, mumbling softly, Sorry. You aren't though. Naruto hissed and she grinned lightly, replying, Not a single bit. Sighing, the casual-clothed cadre looked to the strange women and ordered, Grab the guy and get over here. We are leaving. Nodding, one of the 7 ladies hoisted the prisoner onto her shoulder and moved beside Naruto, who noticed the incendiary tags dotted about the room and asked, Just for clarification, those are incendiary tags, right? Yeah, figured it was a do or die kinda thing. Anko whispered and knew he was going to throttle her later if that glare was anything to go by. Whispering back, Naruto muttered, Oh, Anko, we are going to have a very long talk about your recklessness when we get back. The magic transfer appeared beneath the group, and it suddenly shuddered then fizzled like static. Feeling a barrier trying to stop him, Naruto glared at nothing in particular and forced the connection through, shattering the barrier the other fallen were maintaining with casual ease. Seeing the transfer magic stabilize, Anko smirked. She knew he could manage when she couldn't. Though, she pulsed her chakra and the 20 tags around the room lit on a 5-second counter. Just then, they all vanished back to the hidden shrine, and as the flash died down, the room was swarmed by hostiles only to be caught in a hellfire of an explosion. Jinjugaku no High Saido, basement transfer circle. Appearing in the first-floor basement of the Night Tower, that was once a torture room, 10 people materialized and were greeted by Sakura, Hana, Genma, and Ren. Immediately, they moved to aid the injured Anko, and Genma took the bound guy from one of the unknowns, having been gestured to by Naruto. After taking the prisoner, Genma moved to take him further down into the depths of the tower towards holding. Naruto took a few moments to observe the work on Anko, before looking back to the 7 unknowns and asked, "Can one of you explain what's going on?" The dark green-haired woman, her reptilian green eyes drew in his predatory blue slits as she bowed at the waist, one of 2 with actual legs, and spoke. "Hello, my name is Ariana. My sisters and I work with Lady Anko, under the promise of a place to call home." Humming, Naruto glanced to Anko, who nodded and gave a thumbs up, causing him to sigh before looking back at the woman and nodding, claiming firmly, "If that what my subordinate promised, then I will honor it too. You are safe to call this place home." Instantly they all relaxed their squared shoulders and even offer hesitant, nervous smiles with Ariana speaking on their behalf. "I thank you for honoring the agreement. You are clearly not like the others." "Others?" Naruto asks with a brow raised. Anko spoke from her place on the floor. "The other Grigori forces." Looking to his friend, he says, "That does complicate things." Shaking her head, Anko reports, "Not really. I almost got that bastard Helios, until that other fucker got me in the side with that spear." All the Nightwings hardened their gazes at the mention of that particular man, Ren muttering. "Helios, then those guys are. They were ordered to evacuate back to their sector." Naruto murmured lowly and growled deep in his throat, glaring in the direction of Sendai. Anko broke him from it. "Between the heroes, Eastern faction, and the traitors, Sendai was a powder keg that we managed to disarm." All the snake ladies nod, with Adriana adding, "Plus, the devils, Lady Anko." Naruto's head snapped back to her in shock, seeing her startled nod, and he looks back at Anko, who confirmed with a nod and explained. "A few days ago, I hit a convoy of heroes who had captured the local Yukai faction leader and his daughter." Sakura and Ren rose brows at that, but she continued at Naruto's hard stare. "I saved them, I swear! No civilian casualties either." The cadre folded his arms and allowed Anko to explain herself. "Well, as we were packing up to leave, we caught a suspicious figure moving into the alleyway I stashed all the dead hero guards. A few minutes later they spun up a transfer circle." She pulled her Nightwing issue phone out of her trench coat sleeve and showed the video to them all. Another good thing about these phones were the ability to visually record magic, that normally can't be captured by regular cameras that only catch the effect of said magic. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, recognizing the figure of Satan Leviathan, Naruto muttered, "That's Seraphal Leviathan. Satan of diplomatic affairs of the new devil faction. She came here not long ago and Yasaka beat her ass, diplomatically that is, with all the violations her faction has been doing, and we have uncovered." Ren adds to his statement, "It's rather extensive already. This is just another example of their hypocrisy, right?" "Probably," Sakura commented, having finished healing the trench-coated Kunoichi and pulling her to her feet, while offering, "I mean, she was clearly there to crash that meeting that you crashed, right?" Looking to Anko, who nodded and spoke. "How she got the information that the 3 factions were meeting at that place specifically is worth investigating in of itself. We'll discuss it during your debriefing in the morning," Naruto says as he rubs his brow in annoyance of things. No doubt Shika would be able to decipher the devil's play here. Right now, he had a promise to keep, so he looked to Anko and ordered, "You and your team here will spend time under medical supervision." "But," Anko began, but he glared at her, and she fell silent, remembering that he is mad at her for going beyond her mission mandate and not telling him about it. With the troublesome snake mistress suitably cowled, Naruto looked to Sakura and ordered, "Take them to medical and treat anything they have. I will come collect them when I get back." Nodding, Sakura smiled as she replied, "You can count on me." Smiling back, he then looked to Ren and spoke, "Go with her, and no funny business." He got stern at the end, gazed hard, and the Nadeshiko pouted before rebuffing. "But I'm lonely. If you want to spend time in lockup." Naruto spoke lowly, and she straightened up immediately and reported professionally, "I will behave." He glared for a few moments longer before nodding and spinning up a transfer circle beneath him, taking his time as everyone got clear. Just before he left, Naruto spoke, "Be back soon," before vanishing in a golden light. After the light dies down, the snake women all looked to Anko, who chuckled at their blushing faces as Ariana was the one to speak for them all. My lady." Nodding while the other two Nightwings sigh, smirking knowingly, allowing the brown-eyed woman to answer. "Yep, you just met my boss and leader of our little outfit. Probably the most dangerous man in this country. No doubts about that." Ren argued back with Sakura nodding and adding, "He is the strongest guy around. You sure you're not a Brokon?" Ren challenged the pink-haired medic, who glared at the graynet. Sakura growled lowly, "Who do I look like to you? Hanabi? Namikaze's estate." Waking up, Hanabi frowned as she peered out past her covers to find no Nichan. He promised to stay with her till. "Hanabi-chan! Get up! You got school today!" Naruto called from the stairs, causing the young Hyuga to perk up upon realizing he hadn't left. Throwing off the covers just as he opened the door and saw her still in her pajamas, he frowned and asked, "You just got up, right?" Smiling cutely, hoping he'll let her off, Hanabi spoke softly. "Kinda." Rolling his eyes, Naruto turned around and announced, "Hurry and get ready. I'm cooking your breakfast, and the twins are already down there." Paling, Hanabi moved at speeds befitting her adopted family's legacy and met her brother in the kitchen, looking as nobly dignified as a young woman could possibly be in record time. Just as she sat down, Naruto placed down her breakfast immediately and freshly cooked. Beaming, she attacked it like it insulted her lineage and enjoyed her brother's hard work, all while ignoring the stupid twins. Just then, a yawning Shizuka entered in her pajama and nightgown combo, mumbling lightly, "Morning, everyone." Glancing back over his shoulder, at the unkempt mess of Nadeshiko that was as rare as fairy dust, Naruto replied calmly, "Morning, Shizuka, late night?" Hearing a voice she forgot would be present, Shizuka's eyes snap open as her body freezes mid-stride. When her emeralds met a muse sapphire, it took half a second before she body flickered back to her room. They all heard the muffled groan from her room, getting chuckles from the kitchen's occupants. Again, as Naruto was putting down the next breakfast, a regular Nadeshiko entered the room with her hair perfect, makeup naturally light, as if what happened earlier was a figment of their imagination. Shizuka smiled softly to hide her embarrassment as she offered, "Morning, everyone." Playing along to save her from her supposed slip-up, Naruto replied with, "Morning, Shizuka. I made you breakfast. I'll grab the tea in a sec." As he moves back to the kitchen, she nods while taking her place and ignoring the grinning Hanabi opposite her. Academy. The walk to school was silent for the most part, and Hanabi was grateful for it. She wouldn't tell anyone how nervous she felt about this undercover mission, and meeting people who weren't shinobi like her and her family. She must somehow blend in with them, and not draw attention to herself. She can do this. She's a ninja. Her brother even put her under his family name too. A legendary Namikaze like the fourth Hokage. She can do this. Feeling a squeeze on her shoulder, Hanabi looks up to see her brother smiling softly at her, Naruto offering calmly, "You got this, Hanabi-chan. You'll be fine. Just be yourself." Nodding back, Hanabi tries to calm her nerves but only achieved limited success, so Shizuka decided to give some advice. I think she should focus on the fact that her beloved older brother is going to spend some time with me if she messes up. The younger Namikaze snapped back to see the coy smile on the face of that harlot, trying to seduce her only older brother, and she pointed a finger while declaring, "Leave my Nichan alone." Naruto facepalms as Shizuka chuckled softly, but doesn't release her grasp on the man's arm. The twins just roll their eyes as they all approach the entrance of the gate. One of their targets is standing there greeting students, so, playing it safe, they don't cross over just yet, and instead Naruto cleared his throat. All three girls turn back to him, faces in the game, as he addresses them all. "Now then, Neela and Lena, please behave yourselves, at least for one day?" They share a look but offer no assurances, and Naruto could tell by the glimmer in their eyes they plan on having fun. Sighing, he nods and adds, "Keep it to normal levels at least." They nod together, and he then looks to his less nervous little sister, Naruto speaking softly. "Hanabi-chan, I expect you to enjoy yourself here and be a kid for a bit. We came here for that reason, so try and relax a bit, okay? Join a club, learn a new skill, do whatever, and remember I love you, okay?" Beaming a smile, Hanabi nodded and hugged him, the twins a moment behind, and he hugged them all back. He was smiling convincingly, and Shizuka took note that the devil at the entrance was smiling too, suggesting she did indeed overhear the small conversation. Noted for next time. Releasing them, Naruto gestured to the school and ordered, "Get going! You don't want to be late." "Hi, Nichan!" They chorus and cross the road together. Naruto and Shizuka watch as the three pass the devil, that did not react in any way that showed that the seals are working as intended. After they left sight, he turned to his companion and offered, "So, about breakfast?" Shizuka rolled her eyes and pulled him away, to hide her flushed face. How the hell did she forget he was there? Oh right, he left in the middle of the night, and forgot he promised to return. Hanabi's first day at school. Entering the school, finds the other students staring at the young Namikaze, who was unknowingly flanked by the twins, and they parted as she kept her head up, stride filled with pride. Under the watchful eye of her fellow students, Hanabi moved like the dignified noble she was raised as. Reaching the front of the school, a pair of students by the door pulled it apart to grant her access to the building unfettered. For some reason they bowed, but Hanabi paid them no attention as she walked them by. As she reached her classroom, Neela spoke first. "Shall we meet again for lunch?" Glancing back at her two sisters, Hanabi quirked a brow and Lena added, "Onisama packed us lunch." Nodding, Hanabi replied softly, "Okay. We will meet for lunch." Both twins nod, Neela pulling the door open of the first-year classroom that fell still upon seeing the three sisters in the doorway. All watched as the blonde entered alone and moved to the window seat near the rear of the room, in the corner of the classroom. As Hanabi took her seat, she noticed she had one of the devils in her classroom. She had chakra, but it was subdued and murky. If she recalls the information her Nichan had given them, she is the one to watch out for. A senjutsu user who is afraid of senjutsu. If she did use it, their entire plan wouldn't work. However, just as she got somewhat comfortable, someone else entered the room and many of the other girls gasped at the guy who appeared. He stood at about 5'4", short raven hair, and well-built. He had a soft smile with a gleam in his black eyes that made most the other girls swoon, a Prince Charming type, Hanabi muses. He has nothing on her Nichan though. The teacher came in and announced themselves, the fact that this first day will simply be orientation and the clubs will be open for sign-ups. Understandable, so Hanabi just listened and observed the class, taking mental notes of everyone's name until it got to her. Standing up, mentally prepared to not mess up as she proudly announced, "My name is Hanabi Namikaze. I look forward to studying here with you all." With a perfect formal curtsy at the end, as if a princess before her country's noble council, and a graceful smile. Breasts caught, minds reeling from the elegance that was displayed as she retook her seat upon the nod from her teacher. He was an older human man, who seemed to appreciate the formality of her introduction. He, unfortunately, was not the only one, and the one who would become the bane of her existence seemed to select her as his target from that point on. The entire morning was devoted to understanding the syllabus, covering all the subjects and expectations of each student. Test scores and behavior were also covered. Hanabi wrote this all down to ensure that she met and exceeded these expectations as per her Nichan's instructions. It was only natural to do so. When the lunch bell rang, the first thing that happened was the first of many annoyances to come as Hanabi was collecting her things. One Arata Himejima approached casually and called out, "Hanabi-chan!" The glare of absolute death he got for daring to address her so casually stilled the room, and forced him to take a good few steps back out of fear. It was broken shortly by the door opening, and the twins stood there and waved to their younger sibling with a call from Neela. "Hanabi!" Pausing upon seeing the state the room was in, both teens narrowed their eyes on the soon-to-be presumed dead teen and further scared the boy away from the blonde Namikaze. Not even the devil in the room wanted anything to do with this developing situation, and watched silently from the sideline. After a moment, Hanabi finished getting her stuff and moved silently to the door and spoke softly. "Let's go, Nei-chan made our lunches." Both twins nodded and closed the door afterwards, leaving the classroom frozen in time for a long few moments. Lunch was a simple affair, and who knew that her Nei-chan was a good cook? Sure, it isn't anything to write home about, but it was clear he took time to get it right. The rice was clearly made several times as the spices were different slightly. The 2 pieces of chicken included were also slightly different, so again, probably got it wrong a few times, but he did it anyway. It seems that what happened in the classroom had already been spreading around the school. A lot of the students, more so the male ones, dared not even glance in their direction, and the enhanced senses of the 3 teens picked up a myriad of different titles, supposedly given to them. Apparently, humans in this world have nothing better to do with their time beside gossip, spread rumors, and opinions. How foolish. Though, the only other thing that caught the eye of the 3 sisters was the arrival of that pervert that their brother scared from the park. He was running from a group of girls in some kind of uniform and practiced swords, alongside 2 other boys. The twins watched with growing intrigue as the 3 were battered by their fellow females, while Hanabi was deep in thought and not paying it any mind. Her teacher did say that they were expected to take part in a club of some kind. She has seen her Nei-chan use swords before, but made it clear that she should find her own path to take and not feel obligated to take up the blade. Maybe, among the clubs here, she may find her answer to the unsaid question. After lunch, the 3 sisters moved together to the various exhibits being performed by the various clubs to try recruit new members. Again, the students moved clear from their path as they did not want to earn the Golden Princess's wrath upon them like that fool Arata did. Paying them no mind, Hanabi's attention was drawn towards the traditional tea club, though the one they offered her was wholly unsatisfactory and well below her expected par. Noticing her displeasure, the club's members all bowed profusely and apologized for their lackluster performance. It all went over Hanabi's head completely, now contemplating whether she should be focusing on the familiar aspect of property making or looking for something combat-related. Absent-mindedly, she mentioned that the tea club would make a suitable fallback if nothing else gets her attention, and her 2 sisters nodded before following her off, leaving the tea club both excited yet nervous as all hell. Heading towards the gym, the trio came across the girls who beat those 3 perverts, and discovered they were part of the kendo club. When the first-year princess arrived, however, they all bowed, providing further confusion to the trio, but also allowed them to hear what sounded like a thump from the far end. This naturally drew their attention to see the other club in attendance. Hanabi's interest was very well piqued by the elegant form and the graceful way the members of the archery club were using, thus promptly made her way over to watch them perform. Neela and Lena stayed to speak with the captain and vice-captain of the kendo club, who went by the names of Murayama and Kates. Sitting formally among the members of the archery club, Hanabi watched as they rose up, took aim, and fired their long bows down range several times before making her choice. This might be the path she could take, and she will have to inform her Nei-chan after school to get her some equipment. At the trail end of the day, the 3 Namikaze girls exited the building to find the students parting, but not for them but rather for the 2 upperclassmen. One of their observation targets no less. Hanabi noticed how their supernatural looks captivated the crowd's attention with casual ease. The boys were near enough drawling, the girls swooning, and even the teachers seemed to join into the audience's admiration of their forms. Obviously, as any well-trained kunoichi, the Namikaze trio sunk into the crowd and went unnoticed enough to not gain any attention. They did catch the fact that both ladies were discussing the new princess of the first year, and how they might have to talk with her. With an unnoticed sigh, Hanabi wondered if some of her Nichan's luck had rubbed onto her somehow, as this reminds her of how he always seems to find himself in the thick of things without meaning to. Stupid Nichan making her job harder for no reason. Making it to the gate, she finds her Nichan waiting on the opposite side of the road with a gentle smile, that Hanabi finds herself mirroring and moving swiftly to join his side. After they hug, she presented the two club forms and announced, "I found my path forward, Nichan." Curious, Naruto took the two forms and read them over, getting a risen brow before he looked back at her and asked, "Tea and archery clubs, huh?" She nodded vehemently and he grins with a single nod, offering back, "That does sound interesting. I'm expecting you to prove everyone who's the best archer around, got it?" Hanabi nodded with a smile as he ruffled her hair. Neela and Lena both presented their own club forms for the Kendo Club too, getting their own hair ruffling, much to their delight. As they walked away, they were observed by the two devil groups idly and a certain Himejima. Though, there was another who was interested, and seeing how graceful she was, he realized he would have to clean up his act if he even wants to talk to her. Somehow, someway, he has to rein in his pervertedness to try land him that princess. And that concludes part 5 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Fallen Legion, File 1, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.